I gave him. I imagined what your average mic looked like. Well, AI did.
You know, Greg,
They were very kind.
Wayne was at the library.
Oh yeah.
Hello, Paige.
Wayne can get away with that. Wayne's probably the one that can get away with it.
Testing 5, do you hear the microphone? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing 1, 2.
I've
1,
never
2.
used.
That was a drop in it. It was free.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wayne ChatGPT, I guess you could tell me.
Very good.
Now, because I guarantee it is. It'd be just
No,
like
this is
me
not
talking
cool.
to
This is Rachel's got
things you can take back.
but there should be, yeah, okay, what phrasing was it again?
What's been listening to this conversation?
Shit, I can't shut it.
C-R-I-Z.
Will they let us get cuts or not? No, never. Just
Discussion. All right, thank you.
It's just kind of both when we see. Oh, good.
You don't have to stand just looking at me. You don't want the flash. 1, 2, 3.
They see. Oh, I don't see it.
No, it's not. This is as cheap as a wireless setup. These triggers are like compound triggers. They're $30 each.
So for your perhaps
Not details.
go into your spreadsheet that I send you, the link that you have, and just update your info and let me know when it's updated. And I'll print out your new permits. Same process as always.
Real cheap. Free light setup.
Yes, because we are two totally separate entities. Yep. You're welcome. Okay. Bye. Are you guys good with the white? Everybody? Drake, you good with the white family? Rick, you good? Do you need white? Okay.
Let me get away. I'll be ready to.
Okay, take your time.
It's Monday. I don't.
Spend $9,000 to do the repair. I'll have to get probably $2,500 maybe.
Yeah.
Your back pad is, and then this one is right.
Oh, they do. Oh shit. I wonder where that is. Thank you, Kenzie.
You're welcome. You need a mic check?
Kinsey, why can't we shoot from over there?
Because this is where members come in, so we keep this area clear because they come in from the green room, so everybody needs to be on that side.
Once it starts, I'll have it.
This you, bro?
Do you have any?
I do.
Take your down there, going back just a little bit.
Wait, say it again.
These ones here?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So nobody trips over you. Thank you, sir.
I've actually had a couple of different ones now.
Oh, Rick, were you good on mic? Do you need a mic? Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Today is Monday, November 11th or 10th. You're welcome.
I've never taken any
thinking I'd do a 5x7 print of one, and then I realized how many there were. And
Do you know if that's gonna be 60 or spreadsheet?
Well, yeah, is it, well, if it's like those J's, we're supposed to spend 30.
Well, here's my older brother from last year. My brother and three of us were more than 50, and he never brought me anything. So I said, hey, you know, we don't want to do this.
Yeah, because then what happens is you just have a stick, so you can bring out the next time.
Right, right, right. I've kind of kept up with it, but.
Got one present.
That's on slab. Or it's on, footer. Looks like it's built up on a footer. Foundation walls.
Hello, mate. Let's get second hand me up with a quick little live view dance.
Yes.
Oh, shit, I am. Oh, you got me now?
Roughly.
It's Bruno at
Yeah.
Studio
I'll call you back.
Circuit 911.
Hey, man.
No, she's a first.
Let me give you a quick audio check. This is gonna be, what's her name?
Yeah.
Aisha.
I don't know.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Cool. I'm all set up for it. Yeah. Is he okay doing IP full screen?
No, great. On?
Very good. Thanks, man.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, that wasn't what I heard.
How's that now? You got me? Right. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick little live view dance here. So once we're done with this press, I'm gonna run Manu's live shots off this this cuts cam in Studio A. It's a hidden decoder 106. All right, so then I just correct. I just got a call from Allie Main saying he's planning on doing it here. So he'll dial in on his phone, and it sounds like we're gonna do it from my cuts camera here. Then once that's Yeah, Monty likes. Let me give you a sound check. Monty Roger, you mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Monty Roger, mic check. All right. Sweet.
Young buck.
I know, right? Yes.
Yes.
Exactly right. No, no. Tell me.
Oh, speaking of, did you run to Brian?
Keep in touch with Pat, do you? I said, I keep in touch about him, do you?
Oh.
Okay. Way down.
Wait a minute. How you doing? Good. Good. So did they tell you?
Yeah, Monty's here now.
Okay.
Just on the other side there, Monty.
Okay.
Right. I wasn't there last year.
Wow.
This is my second year.
That's wild.
No, last year I had to work the election. And this year, I didn't want to get stuck in the whole plan.
So what do you want me to stand?
Stand right at your chair if you want to, man, and we can roll straight.
Well, the problem is that people may be walking and I didn't know microphones. I didn't know orders are coming in. I didn't get this job. I'm like,
Me too. I can work.
I could also just stand right up here, and then when he comes, I'll be like, all right, you see that, right? And I'll just walk down. I'll do that way.
What's your
I'm gonna pick up some time for a drive.
Brooks, you need us to move?
No, I like you there.
Yeah, you want to get us
Yeah,
up?
you too.
You know, bro.
That's it.
Or one of those.
Is it? Long, yeah. TX transfer.
Does it?
Good morning.
They don't,
I'm saying, Dave, can you check the bill? JJ, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Oh, personal vehicles.
Oh, I thought you got changed. Hey, I had changed.
Here, cheers.
No, no, Tim Kit is in the studio.
Controller? Yeah, just flagging, sounds like, Speaker Johnson.
253, excuse me. 253.
Well, I'm gonna put this on my show. Okay, that's okay. I may not even be able to go to it because people might be running out of time, so. feels like it's going late. But basically, when the speaker comes, I'm just gonna be like, speaker's here, and I'll just. This is all your fault. Yeah.
It's on, yes, it's on. Yeah. It needs to be understood.
That's actually 125,000 jobs.
There's a provision period in this that would outlaw
Yeah. It feels like this.
Dave, make sure you give me a shot. Brooke, make sure you give me a shot.
Okay, that's one of the questions we'll ask the speaker. The reporters here, the podium behind me, in just a matter of minutes. He has advised the House that it will come back within 36 hours after the Senate acts, or the House has been out of session since September 19th amid this standout. But the first big question is when the Senate will give final passage to this bill, which cleared a key procedural hurdle last night by the narrowest of margins, with 60 votes, 8 Democrats voting in favor of advancing this package. But in order to get to a final vote, it would require all 100 senators to actually agree to schedule that vote. So that could take some time, which also could mean that this could push reopening the government till sometime perhaps in the middle of the week, maybe a little bit later. That is a key question. Also, the political fallout of all of this. We're seeing a lot of pushback on the left flank of the House and Senate Democratic caucus. Other Democrats who believe the deal that was ultimately cut was not sufficient, because what Democrats who voted for this bill ultimately agreed to was not to include an extension of those expiring Obamacare subsidies as part of this funding package. Instead, they agreed to a standalone vote, a separate vote on this issue. They got a commitment from the Republican leader in the Senate to have a vote on that by the second week of December. I caught up with Senator Tim Kaine, one of those 8 Democrats who voted for this plan, and I asked him whether or not he believes the shutdown fight was worth it.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very thankful to see you all this morning. I'm thankful to welcome you to what appears to be the beginning of the end of the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, as shameful as that is. I don't think it's coincidental, you know how I think, but it's after 40 days of wandering in the wilderness and making the American people suffer needlessly, some Senate Democrats finally have stepped forward to end the pain. It appears to us this morning that our long national nightmare is finally coming to an end, and we're grateful for that. At least some Democrats now finally appear ready to do what Republicans and President Trump and millions of hardworking American people have been asking them to do for weeks. But as we said from the beginning, the people's government cannot be held hostage to further anyone's political agenda. That was never right. And shutting down the government never produces anything. It never has, if you study history. And so here we are. I want to remind everybody this morning of another critical point that you've heard me here repeat over and over the last several weeks. It's something that I and Leader John Thune and President Trump and every Republican leader have all said repeatedly from the beginning. We have always been open to finding solutions to reduce the oppressive costs of health care under the Unaffordable Care Act. We just made clear that we would not and should not ever do that, that is, negotiate as hostages. And I've also reminded you here every morning that this president, Republicans have not just been talking about reducing costs and fraud and abuse in so many areas and in healthcare, we've been actually passing new laws to accomplish that urgent mission for the people, and we will continue to do so. So here's where we are by way of schedule, just so you know, you're following. And if you're not at home, if you're waking up to this good news this morning, the Senate's vote late last night of 60 to 40 opens the door now. The Senate is moving forward on an amended House CR, a continuing resolution, that will reopen the government until January 30th. Added to that are provisions to fully fund SNAP provisions through the end of the next fiscal year, which is September 2026. Guaranteed back pay for all federal workers who have been made to endure these hardships over the last several weeks. And it also includes passage of 3 appropriations bills, which we're grateful to be moving through the process. That is the Military Construction Veterans Affairs bill, it's the Agriculture bill, and the Legislative Branch bill. The Senate will be back in session this morning to finish their job, and we're certainly praying that they do. They'll need unanimous consent from all senators to fast-track their final vote. As you know, there are some procedural hurdles that one or more could throw in the way, but we certainly hope that they won't do that because so many people across this country are desperate for the government to reopen. At the very moment that they do that final vote, I will call all House members to return to Washington as quickly as possible. We'll give a 36-hour formal and official notice so that we can vote as soon as possible to pass the amended CR bill and get it to the president's desk. As you all know, and he said as recently as last night, I was with him, and he told the press, he said, we want to get the government open. He's very anxious to get the government reopened and to end the Schumer shutdown. We all are. With regard to the travel challenges, I spoke yesterday at some length with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, my former colleague and good friend, and he lamented the serious situation that we have with air travel in the U.S. He's bent over backwards, as all members of the administration and the cabinet have done in all of their areas of jurisdiction, to try to keep the government working for the people and to mitigate the pain and the harm. But the problem we have with air travel is that our air traffic controllers are overworked and unpaid, and many of them have called in sick. That's a very stressful job, and even more stressful exponentially when they're having trouble providing for their families. And so air travel has been grinding to a halt in many places. And as of Sunday, nearly half of all domestic flights and U.S. flights were either canceled or delayed. And it's a very serious situation. So I'm saying that by way of reminder. I'm stating the obvious to all my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats in the House. You need to begin right now returning to the Hill. We have to do this as quickly as possible. Now, we look forward to the government reopening this week so Congress can get back to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of business to do, as you all know, and we will be working in earnest. There'll be long days and long nights here for the foreseeable future to make up for all this lost time that was imposed upon us. I want to close with something that's important. I think it's important to say that this is genuine. I mean this sincerely. We applaud the 7 Senate Democrats and 1 independent senator who did the right thing. They decided to put principle over their personal politics. And my urgent plea of all my colleagues in the House, and that means every Democrat in the House, is to think carefully, pray, and finally do the right thing and help us to bring an end to the pain of the American people. This has gone on too long. Too many people have suffered, and it's long overdue. That's the update I wanted to give you this morning. There are probably lots of questions, but I'm going to get a lot of my own questions answered later today, so stay tuned for more. Thanks so much.
Speaker Johnson.
$13,000 flights, and they all arrived safely at their destinations. They did this despite continuing to operate with 3,800 fewer fully certified controllers than the system requires. And this is not a new issue. NACA has been advocating for increased controller staffing for more than a decade. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy recognized this concern and implemented plans to supercharge controller hiring and modernize the air traffic control system. And we've shared the same vision. We also thank him for his outspoken support of air traffic controllers and for ending this shutdown. The effects of this shutdown have real consequences for hardworking, patriotic American workers. Last Friday, we delivered over 1,600 handwritten letters from our members to the congressional offices expressing the hardship that they are experiencing. These are not statistics. These are the lives of people who keep this country moving. One of our members recently moved from Alaska to Illinois and is in training at her new facility. Her husband of 20 years is a 5-time combat veteran who has 45 documented explosions and 7 direct hits in his service record. He returned from Iraq and Afghanistan with a traumatic brain injury diagnosis and 100% permanent and total service-related disability. Consequently, She is the single source of income for her family. Their son just graduated from Navy A school, 4th in his class, but they could not afford to attend his graduation. She's plagued by financial insecurity, and in addition to training at her new facility, she has sold plasma twice, started delivering for DoorDash, and recently took a part-time job on her regularly scheduled days off or day off. A NACA member in Nebraska pays a $2,800 copay for a specialty medication to treat his wife's autoimmune disorder and prevent it from becoming crippling. After a month without pay, he's unsure how he's going to pay for the basic living expenses and his wife's medical needs. We've heard from recent graduates of the air traffic control training in Oklahoma. They are resigning and cannot begin this challenging new career without a paycheck. We've heard from other air traffic controllers that are struggling to find ways to pay for gas and to get to and from work, while others are struggling to pay for childcare so they can go to work. These are real people. They're real Americans, and they are facing real problems. They deserve better, and they absolutely deserve their pay. The aviation safety professionals we represent are doing everything they can to continue to show up and deliver America's passengers and cargo safely to their destinations. Congress must act immediately and end the government shutdown and ensure that all individuals who have not been paid during this prolonged closure receive their compensation. Enough is enough. Now, thank you, and I'll be happy to take your questions along with Amy and Jonathan. Go ahead.
Even if Congress strikes a deal to end this government shutdown, how soon do you think you'll have enough air traffic controllers back working to avoid the cancellations and delays that we're seeing?
Well, air traffic controllers are showing up every day right now, day in and day out, doing an amazing job that they can. What we're going to have to find out is how many actually resigned, how many retired due to this shutdown, and truly started assessing all the different impacts that this shutdown's had. Yes.
Do you have a sense of how many recent graduates have resigned already?
We only have reports. I've talked to Secretary Duffy. We knew over last week it was 4 to 5 that had already resigned and growing by the day. Go ahead.
Hi, Ali from Bloomberg News here. I wanted to ask if obviously there's a deal right now that's being worked through Congress, hopefully passes, but if that's passed, when's the soonest that controllers would get paid?
We don't have the exact timetables because we don't know when the government will fully, give him just a moment, make sure he's okay. All right. We don't know when the government fully opens up and what the pay schedules will look like. All I can reference is what happened in 2019, and it took air traffic controllers approximately to be able to be made whole from all their compensation. They'll receive some early on compensation based off of previous pay, but then going back in air traffic controllers, then having to weed through paycheck after paycheck to see where they compensated for all the time that was missed. Yes, sir.
Sam Politico. Secretary Duffy yesterday said DOD had offered military air traffic controllers to him, but he was unsure if he could use them for the civilian airspace. What's the status of this idea? What has NACA heard from DOD?
We haven't directly engaged with it, but air traffic controllers across the process, they're highly skilled, highly trained, and that would take quite some time to have anyone else control the airspace that FAA controllers do in a day out.
And is NACA's understanding of the FAA ordered flight cuts to 40 airports will continue to be phased in and ramped up this week despite the deal in the Senate?
Administrator Bedford and Secretary Duffy would be the ones to determine if that process is going to move forward. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Hi there, Tom Costello with NBC News. Assuming and hopefully you all do receive a paycheck quickly, assuming that the shutdown ends, how long will it take for your workforce, for your controllers, to feel like they've got their head clear, that they're back in the game, that they're able to go in and not have that distraction? In other words, is there a residual lag time before your controllers truly are back feeling like they're back in the game and able to concentrate solely on the job?
Yeah, this is one of the worlds where this shutdown isn't a light switch. It's not just on and it's not just off. Air traffic controllers have to go in and be perfect every single day. And they know, based on what is in the current bill, that January 30th will loom around the corner. Being made whole and being able to be back up is knowing that every shutdown that you could possibly be the political pawn never puts controllers completely at ease, but getting them paid is the priority so they can live their lives and ensure that they have the proper compensation. It's the right step in the right direction. Whatever it takes to open this government and pay our members is what's needed right now. And we'll have to continue dealing with the fallouts and what the stress, added stress and pressure that this has caused. Go ahead.
Dave Shepardson from Reuters. The Secretary said that the safety data has been going in the wrong direction and suggested that controllers are making more mistakes, they're fatigued, for runway separation, ground incursions, and so on. They also cited reports that pilots filed. Have you seen this data? Do you think that's accurate, that controllers are not performing as well as they did pre-shutdown?
I haven't seen the data specifically, but I can tell you every day that this shutdown it goes on, that an air traffic controller had to survive 41 days with financial insecurity, that leads to added stress, frustration, pressures where air traffic controllers cannot be 100% focused on their job. They're not a political pawn. They shouldn't be used as a rope in this game, and they know it. They feel it, and absolutely, every day that this drags on, that we have to worry about the stress and the pressure on them. For a workforce that has to go in and be 100% of the time, there is no world where it just operates the same and smoothly when people aren't receiving pay. So it's something that concerns us. It's something we've been speaking about, and it's something that's been real since day one of this shutdown. Go ahead. Absolutely.
First one, we're obviously in the midst right now of ramping up these flight restrictions at the 40 airports. We don't know if that's going to continue on or not, but is that something that's actually making an appreciable difference, or would make an appreciable difference at a certain threshold for the controllers, as Secretary Duffy said he's trying to do?
Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bedford will have to review what each and every one of those restrictions does and what it looks like, and are they getting the results they see. Air traffic controllers show up to do our job day in and day out. One plane or every plane in the sky, we're going to do everything we can to ensure the safety of the American flying public, and the administration will have to determine what that looks like. But I can say that we have made it very clear that every day that this shutdown was to go, that's going to be an increased risk in the system. When there's increased risk in a system, there's only one way, there's two ways that you can handle it. One is open the government and paying the air traffic controllers and the aviation safety professionals. Two is you have to look at the capacity of the airspace and how many flights that air traffic controllers are handling every single day.
And the second one is just, I know at the beginning of the shutdown, you were very clear about saying, warning members, don't try to do any sort of organized action, that would be illegal. There have been a couple of air towers facilities that have had a very large number of people calling out at the same time. Secretary Duffy highlighted Atlanta yesterday, 1522. We've seen that happen in Newark, Chicago, Los Angeles at times during the shutdown. What's your explanation for what's going on there? Are there small organized actions happening, or is there another explanation for why we see these concentrations of a lot of controllers in one space, not having absences of listening?
We absolutely do not condone any or support any level of a organized action. There are no organized actions going on. If there are issues in this system that are resulting from the shutdown, they have to be determined and discussed and addressed by the FAA every single time that something like this goes on. What our members are facing are issues, right? We use the term call in sick so loosely with the federal workforce that are the accepted employees that have to show up. They're facing real issues. We have letter after letter talking about the impacts this shutdown that is having on them, that they can't pay for gas to get to work, that we have trainees that have moved hundreds if not thousands of miles across the country to the highest cost of areas of living and now can't even afford to go to work, or they can't afford the child care to come into work. That is real, and it's not something that can be looked at, or it's not something that can be diagnosed, because it's going to be moving around the country, different people, different shifts, different issues in their life every single time. And speaking about that, I did want to give Amy a chance to speak about just those pressures right there. She comes from a dual, both her and her husband work for the FAA, and what that's kind of caused. So Amy, if you'd like to address that.
So my husband and I are both air traffic controllers. Now having missed 2 paychecks, that uncertainty and that financial strain is becoming unbearable. It's now a dinner time conversation with my kids on prioritizing bills. Yesterday, my kids asked me how long we could stay in our house. Having to answer that question was heartbreaking. But it's not just us that's dealing with that. That stress, that uncertainty, that fear is being felt among thousands of air traffic control families across the nation.
Amy, can I just ask you while you're still there, can you speak a little bit more about the personal stress and what this is doing to you and to your family? You mentioned a little bit there, but just every single day going to work with this hanging over you, what have you had to juggle? Have you had to juggle, I don't know, going to the grocery store or putting gas in your car or diapers? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So we work in an environment that requires that 100% focus and presence. And then having to have those conversations at home with your family, with your kids, explaining that, hey, Christmas might look a little bit different this year, right? That's difficult on the family. That adds a stress that we've never had to deal with in the past. So when you walk into an operation and you know your coworkers have taken a second job, they're up till midnight driving Uber because they can't pay their bills. Everyone's questioning if they can pay their mortgage. I have coworkers who cannot pay for childcare, so now they have to figure out how they're going to come into work. That uncertainty, that fear, creates a distraction that no air traffic controller should have to carry when we're ensuring the safety of the flying public. But that being said, we are 100% committed to our jobs. Every flight that we handle is our #1 priority, and the safety of that flight. We just want to do the work that we love, continue serving the flying public, but not have to question how we're going to pay bills and make ends meet.
Thank you. Did I miss somebody back here? Go ahead. I'll come right over here next.
CBS News. You talked about this a couple different ways, but I'm just curious, as we're approaching the possibility of the government shutdown ending today, do you see a world in which we see less staffing triggers and staffing improves by the end of this week, or do you think that is going to continue to carry on as this, kind of peters out?
I think we've seen a shutdown go longer than any time in history, and every single day it's presenting a new challenge. You can't predict what the issues are because, again, if the shutdown is to end tomorrow, controllers still haven't been paid yet. They're still facing those issues. While the rest of America will get to go on, and that will no longer be the headline or the news headline, it's still real for them. So we're going to have to continue working through the issues, and our focus is it's not ended. Even though that there is a new, a new light at the end of the tunnel, we'll call it that, every single day an air traffic controller is still facing the issues that they had yesterday, and they're getting worse every single day. So we will continue to work with the administration, we'll continue to fight for it, and we'll continue showing up to work to ensure the safety of the American flying public, and we will do everything to get it back fully on track. But it should show that a government shutdown is not sustainable, and in no way should air traffic controllers ever be used as a political pawn in the process.
Reagan National Friday had the most cancellations, according to the FAA, was because of staffing. Just to clarify, is that just people calling out sick? Is that people can't afford to go to work? Is it in a way protest? Is it a combination of that?
Yeah. Just so everyone knows, before the shutdown, air traffic controllers got sick. During the shutdown, air traffic controllers get sick. After the shutdown ends, air traffic controllers will get sick. And DCA is an extremely low staff facility. That every day that they show up, they are already starting well below what they should. So 1 to 2 persons being gone, whether that they had to take medication for, Benadryl for the allergy season that's going on, they can't work that day. They have a stringent requirement to show up to work fit and ready for duty. That could be the added stresses and pressures of it. Every person is dealing with a different level, of financial stability or instability. So some of those issues may be real, but again, it just goes to show how fragile this system is, and putting this additional stress and pressure on it, we're going to see that level of issues that we have to contend with.
One more question. Could Jonathan say something also?
Yeah, I'm going to, by all means, here in just a moment.
I was just going to ask, kind of following up on that, in terms of, what are you seeing as kind of the most vulnerable areas in terms of where the staffing triggers are hitting the most? And are you seeing, like in the New York area, of course, where we're seeing a lot of these staffing triggers, is that because of the same reason as DC, where they're already sort of short-staffed?
This country is short-staffed right now. We're 3,800 certified professional controllers short. 91% of our facilities do not have the proper staffing. Over 41% of our facilities work a mandatory 6-day work week, 10-hour days. That is what you're getting to see day in and day out, is how few controllers actually run the system to keep it moving at what they do, and they should be lauded for the work that has been done. And now getting to see the disruptions that it causes to lose one or two absolutely proves why the long-term commitment to the hiring and training of the next generation of air traffic controllers is needed now more than ever, and why this shutdown has to end. But I do, speaking about the recruitment, the retention, the bringing in of new air traffic controllers, Jonathan has several trainees at his facility, recently attended a career day affair as well. I'd like him to speak a little bit about that and the impacts of the shutdown. Jonathan.
Thank you. Yeah, the impacts of the shutdown are real. In my facility, we're a training facility. We send people to the bigger and larger facilities. We're an influx. They come in, they get out. And now we have guys who are, they're all Gen Z. They're 23, they're 24. They're living with their parents already. They can't afford to live on their own already. And this has just made the situation 10 times worse. I had a career fair 3 days ago. I've done it for years. It's high school students, 9th and 10th grade year-olds coming to learn about air traffic. We're very popular. This was the first year I didn't have answers to their questions. The kinds of things they were asking us, why we should do this job, what are we looking for in the future, were things I didn't want to say. I told them how wonderful the job is, how great we are, how dedicated we are to the career field, how dedicated we are to our community, and how dedicated we are to each other, and that's what we're doing. And that's why we're still here.
Nick, I have one quick, so quick. So on Halloween, we saw 80% of controllers.
Thank you, brother.
Nick, on Halloween, we saw 80% of controllers at New York not show up. And the administrator said 20 to 40% of controllers at any given day are not showing up at the 30 largest airports. Do you think sort of the controllers hit a breaking point at that point? Like, what do you think accounts for the significant increase in outages over the last, say, 10 days or whatever?
Well, let's be clear. That statistic, I don't know it to be true. About 80%. When you only have 4 controllers and you have 2 of them that can't make it to work, you're at 50%. Some of our facilities have only 3 or 4 controllers on a shift, day in and day out. You've seen the delays that are because of it, but now you're just getting to see it nationwide when people are missing it. The true issue is people not getting paid. That's the issue. And the only solution to it is ending the shutdown and ensuring that they receive the compensation and pay that they rightfully deserve. There is no world that exists where you can't pay people and run the system the same. Issues are going to crop up. They're going to crop up across the country. And the absence of 1 or 2 controllers, it's not a matter of breaking them. It's a matter of them being fit and ready for duty and being able to show up and do the amazing job that they do day in and day out to serve the American public. They are the unsung heroes. They are the American patriots that Secretary Duffy talks about, and they are doing everything they can to hold this system together and be out there serving the American public during these trying times. But 41 days without pay is unacceptable.
Really quick, in the last 2 minutes, President Trump posted on Truth Social, very long, so I'll just read part of it. All air traffic controllers must get back to work now. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially, quote, docked. For those air traffic controllers who were great patriots and didn't take any time off the Democrat shutdown hoax, I will be recommending a bonus of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our country. Just came out. Any initial response to that?
So I'll take anything that recognizes these hardworking men and women, but we'll work with the administration on any issues that are out there. Air traffic controllers have continued to show up during this shutdown. They've endured the longest shutdown in American history, and every single day they absolutely not only deserve their pay, they deserve to be recognized for what's going on. So we'll work with the administration through it. We'll work through the issues that are going on, and we want, just like the rest of the American people want, this shutdown to end. The frustrations that are out there are real, and we share them because we're frustrated with the process as well. Again, air traffic controllers should not be the political pawn during a government shutdown.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody, for that. Some of you have requested pull-asides. Let's discuss those, and we'll take care of that. But thank you for that. That's the end of the press conference.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good job.
Thank you so much. What do you have set up?
We have Tom.
Okay.
Good to see you, Sarah.
Thanks for everything.
Yeah.
Great job on the story.
That's where I was all last week.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tom Costello.
The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, we thank you for the progress we have made on this journey to reopen the government. We refuse to give in to the fatigue of despair because you have filled us with the buoyancy of hope. Lord, you know the hopes of the helpless. You bring justice to the oppressed. You see the troubles we face, for you are our all-wise King. Continue to shower us with your blessings, instructing our lawmakers with your wisdom as you use them for your glory. And Lord, bless our veterans. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ready? The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., November 10, 2025, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Roger Marshall, a senator from the state of Kansas, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Leader?
Mr. President, Senator Quorum call.
No.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk that's due for a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S3168, a bill to appropriate funds for pay and allowances of federal employees and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
The objection is heard. The bill will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President, I'm glad to be able to say that 8 Democrats joined Republicans last night to take the first step to reopen the government. And in the very near future, we will be voting on a final package, a clean continuing resolution until January the 30th, and 3 bipartisan full-year appropriations bills. These bills are the military construction, VA, agriculture, and legislative branch appropriations, 3 of the 12 bills that Congress needs to pass on an annual basis. And what that means, Mr. President, is that year-long funding for SNAP, for WIC, for veterans, for essential farm programs, and for a number of other critical priorities will be met. Mr. President, I said that we will be voting on the final package in the very near future, and I'm hoping that will be hours and not days. We're on the 41st day of this shutdown. Nutrition benefits are in jeopardy. Air travel is an extremely precarious situation. Our staffs and many, many other government workers have been working for nearly 6 weeks without pay. I could spend an hour talking about all the problems we've seen, which have snowballed the longer this shutdown has gone on. But all of us, Democrat and Republican, who voted for last night's bill are well aware of the facts. And I'm grateful that the end is in sight. But I would encourage every member of this body, Democrat or Republican, pro-bill or anti-bill, not to stand in the way of our being able to deliver the coming relief quickly. The American people have suffered for long enough. Let's not pointlessly drag this bill out. Let's get it done, get it over to the House so that we can get this government open. Mr. President, as I have emphasized since being elected Majority Leader last November, I remain deeply committed to advancing full-year appropriations bills through regular order. And we've drafted this continuing resolution to extend to January 30th specifically to give us more time to get this bipartisan work done. I look forward to taking up additional appropriations bills on the floor in the near future. Mr. President, after 41 days, I'm grateful to be able to say that we are close to getting the government reopened. And again, I ask all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, of both parties, to make it possible for us to quickly pass this bill. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsoo-Brooks.
Well, no, I'm saying, there will be a day.
Oh,
So I always do it earlier. You wait till like the last minute, something else happens that you're addressing and you forget. That means good luck. Not ideal. Morning.
No, I wouldn't.
You know, but you
Bring up the subsidy vote.
You didn't bring up all stuff.
4%
Sure, but
back
this
down
way
to
at least
21st.
It wasn't full, but.
in there, because you can't.
Yeah.
The traffic. Well, you wouldn't be parking. Well, you mean.
You give it, okay, you said
I
you
think
do
in this
this
case,
once it
they
opens.
just want. They want
If nothing else, it'll keep it where it is. Yeah, that's what happened to my father. His brother was already.
Bessie came out this weekend and said it would pay taxes.
Stay on it.
Uh-huh.
You have to keep doing it, but I say.
But anyway.
Chances that will be fully refundable.
You're not, I don't think, I don't think it's ever gonna be that much.
My dad was called at 19.
Yeah, my uncle went to Korea. My uncle went to Korea, went there and came back without hair.
Because he was stressed.
That, I think that and the haircut. I think that just started it. Some, I've known people, like a friend of mine, he was college football team, they shaved their heads with a big name.
That you
That I
can
know
count
you
on.
found it pretty funny.
It was just like, it was on his last leg and he just
Although,
tipped it over. He might have got another year out of it.
No.
It's just, it's nice. No, when I happened, when I saw that with my father and uncle, and my brother started, his kind of just kind of got out of stuff. I just said, I'm just gonna stop. Rogaine stuff. But then when Rogaine, second you stop Rogaine, it falls out. Not the second. It takes about 3 months. Yeah, but, you know. Yeah, you can't stop. Whatever progress you made. It's probably like cigarettes. For a little bit when you cut a little bit in the morning. Well, they designed it. It's not hard to. Propecia, was it Propecia? Oh, that's.
I've been told to take this.
That's got a lot of. The Propecia is
sorry, I just. No worries, it flips over. Okay, hi.
They were right. I was like, they both just, I don't know, I probably would.
That's fine, I was saving what, yeah, because I'm probably, I assume you want cut shots? Not for the tape?
No.
No?
Not really our thing, but if you want, you can get them. Oh, I see, of him.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah, sorry, I'm an idiot, yeah, do it, that's great, perfect, yes, exactly, yeah.
It's quite fun.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking because of looking at all the.
No, we're good.
Okay, yeah.
You were in the thick of it this weekend, whereas I was distracting myself with Drake Mack.
Yeah. We're very early.
This is the Patriots.
It's 11 o'clock.
We're very early.
I might send, and then watch it.
I know, I watched it like games on the background and it was just like,
Well, you had things to do.
there's some, yeah, it was like, the middle of it going down. And it was such so dumb because it's sort of like, nothing's happening, but everybody's texting about nothing's happening.
You know, deals in place, but the house is still on the house.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
So, for elements that I would be grabbing today for you to take,
Yes.
cut shots in this.
Yes, that's right.
What other stuff around the building we choose?
I mean, it's
There's
short.
something that doesn't have.
It was so short and we got a debrief. I love the idea.
Well, no, I'm just trying to get from the backside.
No, that's right. I mean, I think we protectively go to the basement.
Oh, okay. So I've got the 2:30 on babysitting and the 3:45 babysitting. It sounds like you're set with Doug probably on that. I would just say, I can get you the link, but.
Well, oh, sorry,
Yeah.
46, you got it, Teresa already?
Yeah. Oh,
Great.
no, not yet. I'm on Signal. That's what we're looking at right now.
Okay, because the other thing is I can grab it, send it via that way, but then the emphasis just has to be, you have to connect via your.
Exactly. 100%. Just make it easy. Yeah.
Cool, very good, thank you, mate.
Morning. How are you? Yeah, no, I've got like
fabric. I can sell this. We could monetize it, but I bet your kids could too. I was gonna say, this is what America's getting from their government.
Good afternoon, everybody. From the very beginning of this year, Donald Trump and Republicans have failed to deliver on their core promise to lower the high cost of living in the United States of America. In fact, what Donald Trump and Republicans said is that costs were going to go down on day one. But costs haven't gone down. They're going up. Inflation is going up. Under Republican policies, housing costs are going up. Child care costs are going up. Grocery costs are going up. Electricity prices are through the roof. And now, because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, tens of millions of Americans are about to experience dramatically increased health care costs. In some cases, their health insurance premiums will increase by $1,000 or $2,000 per year. That is unacceptable. It will be unaffordable for working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans to be able to go see a doctor when they need one. And so House Democrats and Senate Democrats have been fighting hard to address the Republican health care crisis and to lower the high cost of living for everyday Americans in the United States of America. Because the reality is, America is too expensive. And far too many people are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. They can't thrive, they can barely survive. And that's why Democrats have been waging this fight. And we'll continue to wage this fight. No matter what comes over to us from the United States Senate to the House of Representatives at some point this week. Our position as House Democrats has been crystal clear. We will sit down with any Republicans, anytime, any place, anywhere, in order to find a bipartisan path forward, but we're not down with their my way or the highway approach to governance. That's failed the American people. It's been a disaster for the American people, and the American people know it, which is why last Tuesday, Republicans all across the country got wiped out. One of the most decisive off-year elections ever in modern American history. And so as House Democrats, we know we're on the right side of this fight, the right side of the American people. And we're not going to support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people. And we're going to continue the fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And if it doesn't happen this week, next week, this month, next month, then it's the fault of Donald Trump, House and Senate Republicans, who continue to make life more expensive for the American people. Questions?
Some Democrats in your own caucus are suggesting Schumer is ineffective as Senate Democratic leader and should be replaced. You, of course, are critical of this deal. Do you view him as effective, and should he keep the job?
Yes and yes.
Do you trust, in this deal, there is language for President Trump and the Trump administration to reverse some of the firings that happened during the shutdown. Do you trust that the Trump administration and the president is going to sign off on that and reverse the people who have been fired?
We'll have to evaluate the legislative language, and we'll have a caucus meeting later on this afternoon, and we'll get a presentation from Rosa DeLauro, the top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee. The overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats, led by Leader Schumer, are opposing this bill in the Senate. And they'll articulate, there are a variety of different reasons that the bill is being opposed strongly by Democrats in the Senate, the overwhelming majority of them. And there'll be a variety of different reasons that we articulate in the House. Now, certainly we're going to continue to stand by our hardworking federal employees. By the way, Donald Trump and Republicans, this toxic administration, they fired more than 100,000 federal employees prior to the shutdown that they started beginning. So, of course, there's reason to be deeply skeptical of the administration and their motives as it relates to the hardworking federal civil servants and the federal workforce. And we will continue to be deeply skeptical of their intentions. They spent the whole year implementing the toxic parts, the most toxic parts of Project 2025. After lying to the American people last year, saying they didn't know anything about Project 2025. And part of that has been going after the federal workforce. So we'll see what the language looks like, but it doesn't change the core problem here, which is we need to decisively address the Republican healthcare crisis on behalf of working class Americans, everyday Americans, and middle class Americans. Thanks. Third row.
So Dr. Oz said that millions.
Who?
Dr. Oz said there are millions of phantom enrollees under the ACA. Is that being looked at as it possibly makes it so that people that are on the ACA are paying more because it's inflating the numbers?
That's like the most random way to start a question on a serious topic. Nobody who's serious in this country takes Dr. Oz seriously. No one. And I mean, it's shocking that the guy even was confirmed. But this is part of the reality of Republicans here in the House and over in the Senate. They're nothing more than a rubber stamp for Donald Trump's cruelty and extreme agenda.
Are the phantom enrollees being addressed, though?
I have no idea what Dr. Oz is talking about, and neither do the American people. Now, with respect to the Affordable Care Act, here's what I do know. That Republicans have tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act more than 70 different times in the last 15 years. They don't operate in good faith when it comes to the health care of the American people. And of course, as Democrats have repeatedly indicated, we're open to sitting down and having a bipartisan conversation about how to fix our broken healthcare system overall. But I'm not going to respond to any comments from randos like Dr. Oz, who is woefully unqualified to be in whatever position he holds in the administration. He's a joke. These people are jokes. But the issue of the health care of the American people is very serious. And that's what we'll continue to focus on. Back row.
Do you see in the Senate bill the extension of SNAP benefits rather than the possibility of a January cliff for them? Do you see that as a victory, or is that something that also raises questions?
Here's what I understand about the SNAP situation. Republicans this year, on July 3rd, subsequently signed into law by the current president, enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripping away health insurance from at least 14 million Americans, and at the same period of time, cut $186 billion from SNAP. Republicans did that this year. They literally ripped food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans so they could reward their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks that they made permanent. That's what Republicans did. They've launched an all-out assault on SNAP. They've weaponized hunger and starvation here in America, taken SNAP benefits away from more than 1 million veterans rather than honoring them tomorrow, which is what should be taking place in the United States of America. Republicans have done that. And so these people can't be trusted on the cost of living issue. These Republican extremists, they can't be trusted on the health care issue. And they certainly cannot be trusted on the SNAP issue.
As you know, this has been the longest shutdown in American history. You've seen chaos at airports, delayed SNAP benefits, people losing their jobs. And yet, the deal that Democrats agreed to has been a deal that's been on the table for a what did the American people gain from the past 41 days?
Our fight in the House of Representatives will continue to address the Republican health care crisis. We'll continue that fight today, tomorrow, this week, this month, next month, this year, next year. We're going to continue that fight to fix our broken health care system and lower the high cost of living for the American people. And the American people know that we're on the right side of this fight. It's part of the reason why you saw decisive Democratic victories last Tuesday and crushing Republican losses all across America. In Virginia, in New Jersey, in New York, in Pennsylvania, in California, in Mississippi, in Georgia, across the country, up and down the ballot. Because Republican policies have failed the American people. And as Democrats, we're going to continue to fight to make their life better. Thanks.
Throughout the shutdown, you referred to your Senate colleagues as courageous for rejecting the 14 previous attempts to reopen the government without an extension to the affordable tax care credits. Those 8 Senate Democrats who voted to start the process of reopening the government, do you still include them in that characterization of courageous Democrats who have kept the fight going throughout this shutdown?
Well, I don't have much to say about those individuals, and they're going to have to explain themselves to their constituents and to the American people. I certainly believe that Senate Democrats, the overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats, led by Chuck Schumer, have waged a valiant fight over the last 7 weeks, defeating the partisan Republican spending bill 14 or 15 different times, week after week after week, and continue to oppose this effort of passing legislation that does not address the Republican health care crisis by extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. But the fight is getting ready to shift back to the House, where we're going to work hard, hold the Republicans accountable. All of these loudmouths on the House Republican conference side who's been saying for the last several weeks that we have to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Now is their chance. This week, they have to come back from their 7-week prolonged taxpayer-funded Republican vacation. They can no longer hide. They can no longer hide. Mike Johnson apparently still hiding, refused to even answer a single question today. That's extraordinary. But they're not going to be able to hide this week when they return from their vacation. Thanks.
Speaking of the House, Speaker Johnson has not committed to holding a vote on subsidies, even though the Senate agreement would have them do so. What do you say to that? And then also, what do you think that would do to the relationship between Republicans and Democrats on the House side?
Well, the failure of Republicans to address the health care crisis that they've created in the House and in the Senate is no surprise, because House and Senate Republicans multiple times this year have been given an opportunity to vote to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, and multiple times this year already, in the context of the debate around their one big ugly bill, they voted against, unanimously voted against, extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. So over the last several weeks, it's become increasingly difficult for them to hide from their position as it relates to the health care of the American people. And House Democrats, joined by our colleagues in the Senate, we're not going to stop the fight. We're going to continue to lean into the fight over the next few days and beyond until we actually get an outcome that makes life better for working class Americans.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. There's already extensive backlash coming from the Democratic base over feeling shortchanged by Senate Democrats who secured this deal without touching on health care. What do you think that this backlash can mean for the party going into the midterms next year, and also for the voters who just handed Democrats, as you said, a decisive victory? Do you think that this will make them feel also shortchanged, disenfranchised?
House Democrats are going to take back control of the House of Representatives next year. I've said it before, and if I said it, I meant it. Now, with respect to the senators on the other side of the Capitol, they're going to have to explain themselves. But the overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats continue to remain in the arena fighting to fix our broken healthcare system and address the Republican healthcare crisis. This fight for us is not partisan. It's not a partisan fight. It's a patriotic fight. We're waging this fight on behalf of the American people. The 5 states that are most impacted by a failure to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits are West Virginia, Wyoming, Alaska, Mississippi, and Tennessee. 45% of the people, of the Americans who are going to lose health care or be at risk of losing health care if they don't, on the other side of the aisle, extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, 45% of them are registered Republicans. 35% registered Democrats, and 20% unaffiliated or independent. This is not a partisan fight for us. It's a patriotic fight. You know, one of the people that I met early on during this Trump Republican shutdown, came to Capitol Hill, was a 29-year-old named Mariah Plant. She's from rural Wyoming County in West Virginia. Her older brother is nonverbal, autistic, and requires 24-hour care. And Mariah is able to provide that care to her older brother lovingly and affectionately because of Medicaid that Republicans have now cut by the largest amount in American history. Her hospital in rural West Virginia is at risk of closing because of Republican policies in their one big ugly bill. And at the same time, this 29-year-old loving caregiver for her older brother gets her health care from the Affordable Care Act. And it's affordable because of the tax credits that Republicans now want to rip away from her. And so I'm fighting for people like Mariah Plant. Very different than the people that I represent in Brooklyn, New York. But she's an American, just like I represent hundreds of thousands of Americans. And that's what House Democrats are doing. We're fighting for the American people.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Have you spoken to your Democratic colleagues in the Senate who voted to reopen the government? And if so, what do you make of the argument that Republicans would not discuss health care during the shutdown, so they said there's no choice but to vote yes?
I have not spoken to them. Thanks.
Different topic, Mr. Leader, if you don't mind. President Trump announcing widespread pardons for the group of people that were involved in providing alternate electors, as they called it, for the 2020 election. And he also has allegedly received a commutation request from Ghislaine Maxwell. Just wondering about your thoughts about the way the president has handled his pardon power, especially given how critical he was of President Biden.
Well, Donald Trump, in terms of the exercise of his pardon power and commutations, is completely and totally out of control. Like, he can find the time to pardon a serial fraudster like George Santos, but can't find any time to sit down with Democrats on Capitol Hill who represent half the country in order to address the healthcare crisis that Republicans have created. That's devastating people in urban America, rural America, working class America, small town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities throughout America. And so what we're seeing with these toxic pardons and commutations coming from Donald Trump is more of the same. And look, the American people know these extremists on the Republican side have gone too far. And the crazy part about it is that they went too far on day one of Donald Trump's presidency. And it's been downhill ever since. On day one of Donald Trump's presidency, this guy pardons hundreds of violent felons who brutally beat police officers, 140 of whom were seriously injured. Life-threatening injuries in many cases. And then unleash these people on communities all across the country in ways that put those communities at risk. And what we've seen from Donald Trump since day one, since those toxic pardons of those violent individuals, is more of the same. From a person who promised to lower costs on day one, but doesn't give a damn about the American people. And what has taken place over the last 41 days is that the American people have seen Democrats fight for them, fight to make life better for them, fight to drive down the high cost of living for everyday Americans, and fix our broken healthcare system in the face of this overwhelming Republican assault on the healthcare of everyday Americans. And Republicans continue to stand up for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected.
Thank you, Leader. Whether fair or unfair, Leader Schumer is taking a lot of heat from members of your own party. Why do you think he is the right leader for this moment, and why do you think he should stay leader of Senate Democrats?
Yeah, as I've indicated, listen, Leader Schumer and Senate Democrats over the last 7 weeks have waged a valiant fight on behalf of the American people. And I'm not going to explain what a handful of Senate Democrats have decided to do. That's their explanation to offer to the American people. What we're going to continue to do as House Democrats, partner with our allies throughout America, is to wage the fight, to stay in the Coliseum, to win victories in the arena on behalf of the American people, notwithstanding whatever disappointments may arise. That's the reality of life. That's certainly the reality of this place. But we're in this fight for all the right reasons, because the extremism that has been unleashed on the American people is completely and totally out of control. Life hasn't gotten better for everyday Americans under Donald Trump and compliant Republicans. It's gotten worse. And the American people know it. And we've got to continue to stay in this fight until we end this national nightmare. And that's our commitment to the American people. We're in this fight until we end this national nightmare and can get back to a place where we continue America's long, necessary, and majestic march toward a more perfect union. Thank you.
Democrat Whip.
Are we in a quorum call?
Yes.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, after a record government shutdown of 41 days and 14 roll calls failing to reopen it, the situation was clear. Donald Trump and the Senate Republican leadership were unwilling to do anything to reduce skyrocketing health insurance premiums, a terrible problem facing some 24 million American families. The shutdown of the government stopped paychecks for thousands of federal workers, causing real hardship for their families, including our overworked and understaffed air traffic controllers and many other critical members of the federal workforce. Food pantries in my state and across the nation were overwhelmed when President Trump snapped food payments to 42 million Americans, 1/3 of whom were children. Food pantries being overwhelmed as well by unemployed workers who'd been laid off and furloughed because of the government shutdown. So a group of senators sat down to try to find a bipartisan resolution. After lengthy negotiations, an agreement was reached with the Republican Senate leader, John Thune. We will agree to open the government until January 30th, 2026. During that time, we will pass 3 bipartisan appropriation bills that will fully fund SNAP, WIC, and all the veterans programs and finish our work on the remaining spending bills for this fiscal year. The agreement would also reverse the Trump administration's mass firings during the shutdown and prevent future ones through January 30th. We credit Senator Kaine of Virginia for this provision. Leader Thune has also promised the Democrats an opportunity before mid-December to present a Democratic bill on the floor with proposals to change the law and protect American families from dramatic health care premium increases. It is my fervent hope that this ends up being a bipartisan effort. It would be such an achievement of the Senate to finally return to that status. I've served in the Senate for 29 years, and I've never seen that kind of offer from a Senate majority. During the historic roll call last night, I walked across the aisle and met with Senator John Thune, the Republican leader. I told him that I was counting on him to keep his word on this agreement. He assured me he would. The fate of this effort depends on both the Senate and the House of Representatives. After a 7-week absence, the Speaker Johnson needs to call his members back and join us in the hard work that lies ahead. Many of my friends are unhappy. They think we should have kept our government closed indefinitely to protest the policies of the Trump administration. I share their opinions of this administration, but cannot accept a strategy which wages political battle at the expense of my neighbor's paycheck or the food for his children. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the Senate in a quorum call?
No.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to come to address my colleagues today in the Senate, Mr. President. During the course of this shutdown, what has now become the longest shutdown in American history, there are a lot of people around the country wondering about what has been at stake in this debate and in this argument. And I think with every day that has gone by, it has become clearer and clearer what is at stake. I have heard my Republican colleagues, including the leader of the Republican Party in the Senate, come to the floor to say over and over and over again that not a single Republican in this chamber, not a single Republican in the United States Congress voted for the Affordable Care Act when we passed it in 2010. And for them, that's a badge of honor. That's a badge of honor that they recall from the last extensive debate we had around here about health care. And I deeply regret the fact that they are so proud of not having voted for the Affordable Care Act. It's true, there was not a single Republican in the Congress that voted for that bill. And that bill was far from perfect, I'll admit that. Even at the time, I was leading the fight for a public option to be included as part of the Affordable Care Act, Mr. President, because I thought it would be a very important part of constraining costs for the American people in our healthcare system. I'll say more about that in a minute. In the end, it was not included. In the end, we couldn't overcome the objections of the special interests who wanted to not deny the American people that choice, but it was an important case to be made, and we made that case. But I voted in the end for the Affordable Care Act, even though the public option was left out of it, because it did some really important things for the healthcare system in America. And most of those had to do with making sure that the insurance companies couldn't throw you off your insurance just because you got sick, that cancer and other conditions could no longer be a pre-existing condition, that you could still get health care even if you had the misfortune, as I have had, of having cancer, that there would be no lifetime cap that would prevent you from being able to provide health care or mental health care for your children or for your family just because things had gotten expensive over a period of time. And these were really critical decisions that were made as part of that bill, in addition to the expansion of Medicaid across the country, to be able to ensure that more working people had the chance to be able to afford health care. Which brings to mind one of the really unusual, the unusual context in which we have health care debates in America, which is that we are the only rich country in the world. We are the only industrialized country among all industrialized countries where health care is not a right of citizenship for everyone who lives in that country. And notwithstanding the fact that we have less access to health care than any other industrialized country in the world, it costs twice as much in the United States. It costs twice as much for the federal government. It costs twice as much for our society. And most important, it costs twice as much for the people that we represent in our various states, including in the state of Colorado. People in Colorado, as we meet here, are struggling with the cost of housing, the cost of food, the cost of President Trump's uncertain and unpredictable tariff policy. But they are also continuing to struggle with the cost of health care because we are spending twice what any other industrialized country is spending to get a worse result. I know the President knows this, the President of the Senate knows this, because he's a doctor. And I've heard him talk about the condition of our healthcare system Today in the United States, our life expectancy is 6 years shorter than it is in any of those industrialized countries. What greater indictment could there be of this system? In the 1970s, we had the same life expectancy as the rest of these countries. In fact, we were in the middle. And in the years since, we have fallen farther and farther and farther behind as we have spent more and more and more money. Because the system we have is so shot through with benefits for special interests, among other things, and a complete lack of transparency, which is a fancy way for saying that literally nobody has any idea what anything costs in our healthcare system. I know the presiding officer agrees with that. You can't tell what anything costs. When you show up to fill a prescription, when you're in the emergency room, we've worked together on the surprise billing issue, which is an important part of this. If you're a senior that's trying to get your prescriptions filled, you go from one pharmacy to the next to the next. I'll never forget, as long as I serve in public office, and probably for my lifetime, the conversation I had with senior citizens in Pueblo, where they basically were telling me that their entire retirement was spent fighting to get prescriptions filled that their doctors had assigned them, prescribed them. Seniors in other countries, in other industrialized countries, don't spend their retirements doing that. Only in the richest country in the world do seniors have to do that. And that's because a lack of transparency, a lack of clarity is built into our healthcare system from top to bottom. But we took some important steps in the Affordable Care Act. I wish that it had included a public option. It didn't. I think that the rate of rise of our healthcare inflation would have been a lot less. And by the way, that is what the people that have looked at that bill and scored that bill over the years have said. We've been fighting for it now for a decade and a half. They've said that it would actually save the government money because it would lower healthcare costs. It would introduce some competition into our insurance market. And I'll say this to the presiding officer, he'd probably be amused by it. This is the one place where I really am a Bolshevik. I believe in universal health care for all Americans. I think we should provide that to people in this country as a right. There is no reason not to do it in the richest country in the world, especially if we can save half of the cost of health care that we're providing now. And families all over my state, all over Colorado, are fighting to get their kid the mental health care that they need, are fighting to get their parents the prescriptions that they have been prescribed, are fighting to hold on to their own health insurance because that also has become less and less affordable over the years. That is a fight that no one else in the industrialized world has to have. And I think it's important to point out that most of the people that I'm talking about, almost all the people that I'm talking about, are working for a living in this country and still can't afford health care, still can't afford the peace of mind that they know that if their kid breaks their leg on a hike or breaks their leg skiing or needs to have the benefit of a mental health counselor, that's something that our safety net provides. Because health care should be a right. It is a right. And whether you get it or not shouldn't be determined on how wealthy you are or where you live, Mr. President. And I think given the rhetoric that I hear out here sometimes about makers and takers and all that other stuff, it's important to point out that almost all the people that I'm talking about are working or taking care of children or are retired. We should have a universal health care system in this country. But in the meantime, Mr. President, we shouldn't be making matters worse, which is why this debate is so crazy. When we passed the Affordable Care Act without a single vote from the Republican Party in the House or the Senate, they said that they were going to make President Obama a one-term president. They said I was going to lose my Senate seat. In fact, I was asked on national television whether I would lose my Senate seat as a result of my vote on the health care bill, and I said, if that's the cost of being here for that period of time, it's worth it. I'm happy to lose based on that vote. And they ran ad after ad after ad during that campaign, attacking me for being the 60th vote for the Affordable Care Act. And because I survived and a couple other senators barely survived, we were able to preserve that bill, and 30 million people who would have lost their health insurance in America didn't lose their health insurance. And then the efforts in the House began to repeal the Affordable Care Act. And Mr. President, they voted, I lost count, I think it was 70 times to repeal the Affordable Care Act in the House of Representatives. At least 70 times. They never were able to do it, and the longer it was there, the more people came to see the benefits of the insurance protection, came to see the benefits of the expansion in Medicaid, came to see the benefits of at least having a little bit of comfort that they couldn't just throw you off your insurance because they felt like it. And now we have found ourselves in a debate related to the tax credits that so many Americans rely on to make the insurance just a little bit more affordable. I wouldn't say affordable. I'd say a little bit more affordable. I'd say barely affordable, but somewhat more affordable at a moment when grocery prices are what they are, at a moment when rent is what it is, at a moment when we're dealing with the incredible uncertainty that these tariffs are causing. It would seem the least we could do is not make matters worse. The least we could do is extend the benefit, the tax credit, so it's a little bit easier for people to buy insurance for themselves and for their families. But just like, Mr. President, with the passage of the Affordable Care Act, when not a single Republican supported it, just like when they voted 70 times in the House of Representatives, 70 times to repeal the Affordable Care Act, during this period, this episode, this shutdown, the longest in American history, the Republicans have voted 15 times to take away those benefits from the American people that they're relying on just to make insurance a little bit affordable. And we have taken the position that we shouldn't make matters worse. And, Mr. President, that's why I voted again against the budget that's been proposed by President Trump and the Republicans, because they refuse to extend the tax credits. They refuse to make things just a little bit better for the American people. I can't say I'm surprised by the position. Who could be surprised? After a vote on the Affordable Care Act where nobody joined it, all those years of voting to repeal it, running to make President Obama, they said, a one-term president. And now the vote, day after day after day, to not provide the American people the benefit of those tax credits. And before this debate closes, I just want to say again, Mr. President, that the current system is in dire need of help. The American people are hanging on to their fingertips when it comes to the cost and availability of health care. There is no rich country in the world that doesn't have a universal system of health care. There is no rich country in the world that doesn't routinely supply access to doctors and primary care, access to mental health care for families and for kids, prescription drugs that don't cost an arm and a leg. It is not a pain point for for those people in the different phases of their lives, much less a pain point every single day, which it is for the people that I represent in Colorado. So apparently President Trump is going to get his way, and those tax credits are not going to be extended by the majority here. And the cost of health insurance in Colorado is going to increase by 200% for some people, 300% for some people, 400% for people that are living in rural areas in my state. That's thousands and thousands of dollars to a typical family that just doesn't have that kind of money, Mr. President. And I just want to remind everybody in this chamber that when this debate is done, we still have a very important project that we need to be engaged with the American people. And that is to be able to provide a health care system like other wealthy and industrialized countries have provided, where people can count on their health care, where they know it's not going to cost them an arm and a leg, where they know in the course of their lifetime there are other things they can worry about, like the cost of their rent and the cost of food. But one thing we're going to do is take care of this problem, just as countries all over the world have taken care of it for their citizens. I wish I could say that the politics around healthcare have gotten better over the years that I've been here. They really haven't, Mr. President. But I think that the debate that we have had in this moment is going to serve to clarify who's fighting to try to make this system better for the American people and who's not. I guarantee you this, as long as we have President Trump and the White House and a majority of the Republicans in this chamber, we will never have political leadership that's fighting for universal health care, that's fighting for a public option that can be available to every single family in America. By the way, that's my proposal. It relies on everybody in America to make the best choice for their family. It's not something that would be imposed from here. It'd be the chance for every family to say, you know what, I'll stay with the private insurance I have, or actually I'd rather be on a system that's run by Medicare, where I know I'm going to have access to mental health care and health care for my family in a predictable way. And I'll just close. I can see my colleague from Massachusetts. I'll close by saying my heart especially aches for young people across this country, the people the age of my own daughters. I had a young woman ask me the other day, a recent graduate of Western State in Gunnison, Colorado. She said, "I'm coming off my parents' insurance when after I'm 26. You'll remember we put that in the health care bill. Before that, there was no opportunity for people to stay on their parents' insurance. We did it. We said you get to stay until you're 26. But then she said to me, "Senator, what am I supposed to do? Take 2 or 3 jobs to pay for my health insurance when I have to come off my parents' insurance?" And I said, that is exactly the right question. That is a question that 26 and 27 and 28-year-olds are not having to ask in any other industrialized country in the world. Only in the United States of America are we running a system where young people in their 20s have to decide between health insurance and their rent, or health insurance and food, or health insurance and the ability to put some money away to save for a house. And we should change that. I believe strongly that if we ever get to the point where we're expanding Medicare in this country, we should do it for the younger kids that are in their 20s first, because they've done absolutely nothing to design the system that they're inheriting. Mr. President, with that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our dedicated federal workers deserve to get paid. And I'm glad this deal means that the government will reopen, that public servants will be returning to work, and that they will receive their paychecks, including back pay. And I'm also pleased that this deal will prevent Donald Trump from further delaying SNAP benefits for hungry children, senior citizens, and families. Using hungry people as political pawns, which is what Donald Trump has been doing, is disgusting. But this legislation does nothing concrete to lower costs or protect health care for millions of Americans from MAGA Republican attacks. There's 22 million Americans who are going to see dramatic increases in their health care costs at the end of this year. 22 million Americans who are going to be very concerned about the health care of their families. I cannot support this deal. I cannot support a deal that does not say to those 22 million American families, including 337,000 of them in the state of Massachusetts, that we have not been able to reach an agreement here because Republicans refuse to come to the table to talk about their health care costs that are about to skyrocket, and for many of those 22 million families, skyrocket out of the ability of those families to even have health insurance. And this is on top of their housing bills, their grocery bills, their electricity bills, all of their day-to-day needs that are absolutely skyrocketing. And of course, if they can't already deal with all of those other bills, seeing those bills skyrocket thousands of dollars for their health care, or tens of thousands of dollars for their health care, because of the Republicans' decision to kill critical Affordable Care Act tax credits, are going to be devastating for those families. I have one constituent, Jeff from Natick, who right now, because of the health care tax credits, has a $30,000 bill for his stage 4 cancer drugs, lung cancer. If they expire, his bill is $300,000 a year. That's what we should be debating out here. And by the way, there are 22 million stories just like that that are about to hit American families. And this health insurance time bomb, coupled with deep cuts to Medicaid, will also be a brutal 1-2 punch which devastates community hospitals throughout the United States, leaving millions of Americans with reduced care or no care at all. So here's what we have right now. 22 million American families are starting to think about what's going to be on their table for Thanksgiving. Just coming up in 2-3 weeks. And for all of them, they're saying, we're losing the tax subsidies, the tax credits that help us to pay for our health care bills. 22 million Americans will have that as their primary conversation this Thanksgiving. The Republicans who serve in the House and Senate, they're not going to have that conversation because their health care coverage is going to continue. So what about those 22 million American families this Christmas, this Thanksgiving, who are losing their benefits? What are the Republicans saying to them? Because they're going to be scared. They're going to be angry that they will not be able to afford this holiday or any holiday in the future because their health care bills are just going to be going up by thousands, tens of thousands of dollars a year, which they don't have. And again, it's in the context of their electricity rates, their food costs, their clothing costs. Everything is skyrocketing for them. And they're not getting raises that will help them to pay for it. 22 million American families. So let me just tell you, I heard from Laurie in North Truro, the insurance for her and her husband is increasing from $6,000 a year to $26,400 a year. Who can afford to pay more on health insurance? Who can afford to pay $20,000 more on their health insurance and just get the notice now that it's over on December 31st and have the Republicans just walking away from that problem for Laurie and for 22 million other Americans? Now they're going to have to decide, do I take the funding from retirement savings? Do they just do without other things in their families' lives? Because $20,000 is a lot for a family who are not millionaires. Millionaires don't qualify for this tax credit. It's just regular families. It's middle-class families. That's who qualifies. And they just don't have 20 extra grand under the cushion that can pay for their health insurance. So this is a tragedy in the making and one that we can't avoid. But let's not fool ourselves. Trump and MAGA Republicans have been shutting down the government since Inauguration Day. Gutting Medicare, gutting Medicaid, gutting the Affordable Care Act. That was their big vote in the first week of July of this year, 2025. Gutting, gutting, gutting. Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act. They have been committing the greatest health care heist in history, and it's all to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. They're looting the health care for middle-class families, poor families, in order to pay for tax breaks for people who already have too much. The top 3 hedge fund managers in the United States have more wealth than the bottom 50% of our entire population combined. Think about that. And it's that bottom 50% that qualifies for Medicaid, that qualifies for the Affordable Care Act tax subsidies. That's who we're talking about right now. Those are the people who are going to be most negatively impacted. And the American people want us to stop this health care heist. They don't want Democrats to be driving the getaway car with all of those tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, which will just be transferred into the bank accounts of the wealthiest people in our country. So we should just be fighting for transformative policies to fix our broken healthcare system, bring us back from the brink of this crisis. That's what the American people want us to do. That's what they want us to fight for. And even when it's hardest, even when we're in the darkest moments, we have to remember what we are fighting for. A better future is still possible. One where one missed medical bill won't lead to bankruptcy. A future where families don't have to choose between a prescription and a meal. A future where malignant corporate greed in our healthcare system that shutters hospitals and endangers patients. A future where universal healthcare is taken for granted and not taken away. A future where families can afford their healthcare and their rent and their electricity bills and childcare and to save money for college or vacation or retirement. That is the future that we should be fighting for. But the American people did not see that from the United States Senate yesterday. So that's where we are right now. We're in the throes of a healthcare crisis. 22 million Americans this Thanksgiving will be at their tables, if they can even afford to celebrate Thanksgiving, looking at tens of thousands of additional dollars potentially on their health care bills. It's a catastrophe looming. The Republicans so far have refused to do anything about it. That's what we should be discussing. That's what we should be debating. How do we solve this problem? Instead, the Republicans are just punting this issue. They are absolutely ignoring the consequences for those 22 million American families. So I'll just say this. These families, they are scared. These families, they are angry. But I'll say this, in addition to those 22 million families, tens of millions of other families are angry for them. They are pissed that people are going to be victimized by having their tax credits just be pulled away from them for their health care bills, and then that health care is going to be unaffordable for them. 22 million people and their families in our country. That is what we should be talking about here. And now the Republicans at the 11th hour are asking us to trust them that they will have a vote on extending the tax credits Americans rely on to afford their insurance. Remember when earlier this year Trump promised, we're not going to touch Medicaid. Remember that? Trump said, we're not going to touch Medicaid. 4 months later, he decimated it. Remember when Trump promised he would love and cherish Medicare? Then he slashed $500 billion from Medicare. How are we supposed to trust them? So to all of the Senate Republicans inclined to oppose a simple one-year extension of the Affordable Care Act, premium tax credits when a vote is held in December, credits that are hugely popular in both red and blue states, just remember that you do so at your own political peril. The American people are watching. They're angry. They want to know who is on their side. And they're going to remember your vote. They're going to remember your vote if you do not solve this problem. Thanksgiving is going to be the worst Thanksgiving ever for millions of families, knowing that they're going to lose their health insurance. And the Republicans can do something about it. And unless and until they do so, then we're about to hit a healthcare tragedy that was avoidable and that the Republicans have, in fact, created. This is a man-made crisis. And that man is the President of the United States, and the Republicans here on the floor of the Senate are following him blindly in a way that is going to result in harm to 22 million Americans and their families. So this is the moment, this is the time, this is the place, this is where people should be standing up to fight for those people. Health is the first wealth. Health is the most important wealth. Without your health, you have nothing. You have nothing. Everything else is built upon health. Everything. And the Republicans are taking away that health care from 22 million Americans. This is not the way to send families into Thanksgiving and Christmas. This is not the way we should be treating people. We're the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Yale University has made it very clear that 50,000 people additionally are going to die per year if all of Trump's health care cuts go into place. That's 500,000 people dying over the next 10 years if these health care premiums, Medicaid, is slashed. That's on this body. That's on this Senate. That's on the Republican leadership. And all I can say to you is that this is a mistake. It's an historic mistake. It's cruel. It's wrong. It's not what we should be doing to those who are most vulnerable, most in need in our country. And that's is what the Republicans are about to perpetrate upon this country. We're better than this. You can't have trillions of dollars in tax breaks for the wealthiest and then saying we don't have enough money for those who are sickest. You only have room for a tax break after you've taken care of the sickest people, the people most in need of health care in our society. That's when you have room for tax breaks for billionaires. The Republicans are doing just the opposite. First, tax breaks for billionaires. Then we'll see what's left over. Oh, they say, we can't afford health care for 22 million Americans. We can't afford to take care of their families because we don't have enough money. Why don't you have enough money? Because you gave the tax breaks to billionaires. You gave the tax breaks to millionaires. That's why you don't have enough money. And who are you going to take? Who are you going to take it out on? Who are you going to say all of a sudden with your green eye shades that you're really concerned about the federal budget deficit? You're going to take it out upon those who are least healthy, those most in need of help in our society? No, we're better than that. So this is a historic mistake. But just remember, the Republicans have always harbored an ancient animosity towards Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. They voted against all of those programs. And now with Donald Trump, they have an ability to gut them. And that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. When they had a chance to stand up and say, no, let's be reasonable, let's keep the health care subsidies, which are most needed, they just are walking away right now. Donald Trump operates under Godfather Part 1 rules. He gives them offers they can't refuse. And we saw that with senators who tried to stand up to say, no, the Medicaid cuts are too deep. The Affordable Care Act cuts are too deep. Trump just called them and said, your career is over. You will not be a senator again. So now we're seeing the remaining senators who are here, who are Republicans. And they are just saying, whatever you want, Mr. Trump, whatever Russell Vogt wants at OMB, whatever Stephen Miller wants, we'll do. We're not going to have a negotiation. We're not going to sit down. So before they cut the Medicaid and the Medicare programs back in July, did they negotiate with us? No, they did not. They refused to negotiate with Democrats at all. That's who they are. They saw their one opportunity to slash it once and for all. So all I can say is that we're in an incredible moment. The Republican House members still are not back in Washington. They've been in a 6-week witness protection program. They refuse to come back to Washington. They refuse to sit down. They refuse to negotiate. So we're witnessing Robin Hood in reverse. We're seeing money taken from the poorest and given to the richest. That's what this is all about. And what they're taking from the poorest and the middle class are their health care. It's their protections. So from my perspective, this is a mistake. It's a historic mistake. And it is a mistake that will come back to haunt the Republican Party at the ballot box next year. With that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I've been coming to the floor to speak about how can we go forward in a way which actually lowers lowers the cost of having health insurance for those who are on the exchanges and begin to build to a future where we lower the cost of health insurance and health care for everybody, whether you're on an Obamacare exchange or an employer-sponsored insurance or you name it. And so we know there's going to be a vote as part of this agreement to reopen the government on what to do about the exchanges. So we need to be thinking and talking about the solutions that are out there that benefit the American people. And of course, what the issue is underlying, people cannot afford their health insurance. They cannot afford their health care. Those are two different things, by the way. The cost of health care is what dictates, theoretically at least, the price of health insurance. If you lower the cost of health care, then you will lower the price of health insurance. I saw this as a physician practicing in a hospital for the uninsured for 20 years. I should say the uninsured and the poorly insured. There have been middle-income people who could not afford their insurance and or could not afford their health care. So how do we get out of it? Well, first, it's complicated. We've got to be creative, and we got to abandon set positions. Sometimes we're in this chamber, and all we do is stick to our guns, and if the other party suggests something, we automatically reject it. We've got to move beyond that, not as, oh my gosh, the other side proposes, I reject, but rather, wait a second, let's listen. Is there a solution here that can benefit the American people? Now, Obamacare tried to make, and has tried to make, health care affordable, health insurance affordable, by just throwing billions at it. And the problem with that doesn't make health care affordable. It just makes the health insurance premium less expensive for those who are on the exchanges. But this actually drives up the cost of insurance for some and does nothing about the underlying health care costs driving up the premiums for others. So what's my proposal? I would propose that we instead of paying insurance companies to manage more of our billions, why don't we trust the American people to manage their own resources, to manage their own care, with something which I call a pre-funded federal flexible spending account. Now let's first talk about the enhanced premium tax credit, which is the center of this discussion. Just a primer. Let's get the basics. There are two types of premium tax credits used to fund insurance for those who are on the Obamacare exchanges. One is the baseline tax credit in the original Obamacare law, which helps pay for the premiums for those who earn less than 400% of the federal poverty level. But that didn't control costs, and so during the COVID epidemic, the Biden administration put in something called the enhanced premium tax credit. It provides some additional benefits for those less than 400% of federal poverty, but it gave additional benefits for those above 400% of federal poverty. If you will, acknowledging that Obamacare had not controlled health care costs, and premiums on the exchanges for those above 400% have become unaffordable. So, let's be clear. The discussion we're having now is not about the baseline premium tax credits. It is about the enhanced premium tax credits, which started under the Biden administration. So it begs the question, why were enhanced premium tax credits necessary? Well, as we've said, the cost of health care has continued to rise. And you can argue that if you're going to an insurance company and you're saying, we're going to give you more money if health care costs more, that they do not have the incentive to help control those health care costs. Now, I am not here to bash insurance companies. They are essential to our society. So just put that out there. But if you have the choice of giving the money to the patient for her to manage it or giving it to the insurance company, I think we should give it to the patient. So, the question is, can we put in programs that lower the cost of health care? How long will they take effect? And what do we do in the interim? Well, it's too soon this coming year to put in programs to lower the cost of health care. but it's not too soon, which is to say we can put in programs that empower patients to manage their costs and give them the money as opposed to giving it to the health insurance company. But to do that, we got to think differently. So, how do we lower costs for the coming year for the individual who's on the exchanges? Now, it's important to realize that the total cost of having health insurance is not just the premium, but it includes the deductible and the copay. So if you can help with the deductible and the copay, that is as effective or even more effective than helping with the premiums. So what I'm proposing is something which actually helps the patient become a wise consumer of health care, helping her with the premium and the copay, working with the health insurance policy, with the health insurance policy, but in a way which lowers their cost. Now, let me be clear. This is not the official Republican position. President Trump has endorsed the concept, but it's not, say, for Leader Thune. But I am the chairman of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee, which has jurisdiction over this, and we will be having hearings in the near future to address this. And my motivation is as a senator and as a doctor who wants to make health care more affordable for all Americans. So, let's discuss what I'm calling a pre-funded, flexible, can you get my marks a lot again? A pre-funded flexible spending account. So first, here's what we currently have. An enhanced premium tax credit, which is going to take $26 billion next year and give it to insurance companies to tell the patient what she can buy and what she cannot buy. Now, I have a typo here, and I fixed it yesterday, but I got to fix it once more. 20% of the money, 20% of the $26 billion going out the door to help pay for insurance premiums actually will go for deductibles, will go for profit and overhead of the insurance company. So let me just change this right here. Again, I had a typo yesterday, I have a typo today. 20% of the money we're giving to the insurance companies under the enhanced premium tax credits goes for profit and it goes for administrative overhead. Only 80% goes to pay for the insurance premium, to pay for health care costs for the person who's the recipient. Let's speak of what I am describing, the pre-funded flexible savings account. Pre-funded because you take the enhanced premium tax credit, instead of giving it to the insurance company, you give it to the individual and her family through a flexible spending account. A flexible spending account which millions of Americans already have. She can use this money to pay for prescription drugs, for dental work, for medical care, eyeglasses, orthodontia, much more flexibility than through a. And the key thing is, whereas if we give the money to the insurance company, 20% goes for profit and overhead. If we give it to the patient, 100% goes to health care that she needs. 100% goes to her family's health care needs. 100%, not 80%. This is better value for the health care dollar. Next, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have another slide or not? I have to stand on this floor. Now, who would get it? Every eligible American citizen on the exchange would receive a pre-funded flexible spending account equal in value to the enhanced premium tax credit they would have received had the money gone to their insurance company. It doesn't pay for insurance premiums, but it pays for the actual health care that they actually need. Now, I'm pleased to say, next slide, President Trump has tweeted in support of the concept. Now, of course, I'm pleased to be aligned with the president on this. He says he recommends that instead of giving hundreds of billions of dollars, and this is President Trump's rhetoric, to money-sucking insurance companies, the money should be sent directly to the people so they can purchase their own much better health care. Notice the caps. That is a President Trump tweet. I'm pleased to be aligned with the president but for my Democratic colleagues that want to guarantee that whatever we pass will get a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives, this is effectively a guarantee that if we pass a program like this, it can get a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. If the president asks Speaker Mike Johnson to bring it up for a vote, Speaker Johnson will. So if you're just thinking, just imagine, my Democratic colleagues, how do we get something that 100% of the money goes for real health care? It doesn't go to insurance companies where 20% goes for profit and overhead. It's a system already used by millions of Americans. And may I say, it all but guarantees to get a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. This tweet gives them that assurance. Now, some immediately began to criticize the president, assuming that he was going to take all the money going for health insurance premiums and put it in one of these flexible spending accounts. That's not true. Go back to what I said earlier. We only are talking about the enhanced premium tax credits, which would pre-fund this flexible spending account. We are not talking about the baseline premium tax credits that are part of the original Obamacare article. By the way, Republicans want people to have coverage. This doctor who used to take care of the uninsured wants people to have coverage. Now, the more I've discussed this, and this is the fourth or fifth time I've given this talk, I'm pleased to say that some of my Democratic colleagues are saying, hey, we can talk about this. Not quite there yet, but I see the wisdom of it. I'm willing to move forward with it, and I thank them for that. I want everybody in the Senate to put aside their prejudice, which sometimes is that if one side proposes it, it must be wrong. And I'll say to my Democratic colleagues, what I am proposing with the pre-funded flexible spending account is actually more closely aligned with how the original authors of the Affordable Care Act wanted that legislation to be implemented. I find it ironic that some of my Democratic colleagues are rejecting something which is closer to the original bill. But I think they're rejecting it in part because of misunderstanding, lack of knowledge, and maybe for some because a Republican is proposing. Put that trench warfare mentality behind you. Think about it. Could this be better for the American people? Can this accomplish the goal of making the possession of health insurance and paying for my family's health care more affordable? Now, for those who think this is too complicated, let me say that 72% of Americans who get their health insurance through a federal employer, a state employer, a local employer, 72% of us have a flexible spending account. My family and I have a flexible spending account. 47% of Americans who are in private insurance have access to a flexible spending account. Doesn't mean they take it, but it just means they have access. Millions of Americans are already using flexible spending accounts. What I'm proposing, let's just give the same option to people who are on the individual exchanges. Now, and by the way, let me just make the point. My wife and I, our family, we are on the Obamacare Small Business Exchange. Everybody in Congress is on a Obamacare Small Business Exchange. I am getting my flexible spending account through an exchange. All we're saying is open up the window just a little bit to allow those who are on the individual exchanges to likewise access that which I am getting through the Small Business Exchange. This merely extends what is current law for some people on their health plan to extend it to those who are within the individual exchange. The federal government can take the laws, the tools, the vendors, the department it is already using and implement a pre-funded flexible spending account for those on the individual exchange. Why is that important? Because that can happen for plan year 2026. I'm asking, well, what are we going to do about the people next year? This is about next year. How can we help those folks signing up for insurance right now for 2026? This brings them benefit right now for 2026. Now, let me now kind of go through the differences between the enhanced premium tax credit and a federally funded flexible spending account. And this is kind of the money chart, if you will. If you're with me in concept that maybe this could work, hopefully, I can convince people who might be watching, my Democratic colleagues who might be listening, to give power to the patients instead of giving enhanced premium tax credits to insurance companies. Okay, who gets the money? Under the enhanced premium tax credit, the insurance company gets the money, and 20% of it goes for overhead and for profit. Under the pre-funded flexible spending account, a patient and the family controls the money. What can it be used for? The enhanced premium tax credit, it can be used for insurance premiums. Under the pre-funded flexible spending account, it can be used for real care, if you will. Dental visits, physician visits, eyeglasses, prescriptions, orthodontia. It has more flexibility than the traditional insurance policy has. Who makes the decision? Well, the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rule. Under the enhanced premium tax credit going to insurance companies, the insurance company makes the decision. They decide what care you have, where you get it, and how much you are charged. When you have a pre-funded flexible spending account, the patient makes the difference. The patient makes the decision. She decides where the dollars go. I always use the feminine because women make 95% of healthcare decisions for themselves, their family, for their spouse, for their boyfriend. I always chuckle. Guys are the stupidest thing in the world when it comes to their healthcare. Maybe a couple other things. But the people that care about this are typically women, and so I speak to her. And does it lower cost? Under the enhanced premium tax credit, there's really minimal incentive for the insurance company to attempt to lower cost. So therefore, as costs go up, so do premiums. On the other hand, under a pre-funded flexible spending account, you empower patients to shop, which drives competition. One example, I was once stopped on the street by someone who had seen one of my talks, and she goes, "You talked about using cash or using my flexible spending account or using my health savings account to buy something." There was a MRI ordered for my son's shoulder. My deductible was $5,000. The MRI was going to cost $2,000. I was going to have to pay $2,000 for my son's MRI of his shoulder. And I said, "Wait, do you have a cash price?" "Oh, well, your cash price is $600. If you don't want to go through the insurance company, your cash price is $600. Now, the typical Obamacare plan has a deductible anywhere from $3,000 to $6,800. So if we're talking about an MRI costing $2,000, you're still within the deductible. If you have a flexible spending account, you're not paying for that out of your pocket. You're paying for it with your flexible spending account, and you can ask, what if I give you cash instead? And they'll give you the lower price, not the higher price if there's a lower cash price, and there often is. This turns that woman, that family, into an informed consumer, and that begins to drive down the cost. This is the essence of giving power to a patient. The patient picks the best deal for her health and the best deal for her family's pocketbook. The pre-funded flexible spending account doesn't treat someone like a dependent of the federal government. They treat them like somebody who can make wise decisions for themselves and empowers them to make wiser decisions than the insurance company itself can. Now, some will ask, how much money does it cost? The first year, depending on how we structure it, it might cost just as much as our enhanced premium tax credits. Why? Because we're going to take the amount of money that would go for the enhanced premium tax credit and put it into a pre-funded flexible spending account. My Democratic colleagues should like that. They should say, wait a second, okay, it's still given the same value. In fact, I would argue better value, because when you give it to the insurance company, 20% goes to profit and overhead, and when you give it to the patient, 100% goes to real care, but the cost the first year will be about the same. But I will repeat, the difference is where the money goes. Because it goes 100% for real care, there's more value for every federal dollar. And once more, It's in the family's vested interest, financial interest, to purchase wisely, and that begins to drive down health care costs. And that, coupled with other reforms in year 2 of this program, in year 2, would begin to reflect itself in lower premiums. So, to conclude, here's the choice before us. We can keep paying insurance companies to hide the cost of higher premiums behind confusing bills, rising premiums, in a system which actually raises costs for many. Or we can give the patient the tool and trust her to pay for her care directly at fair prices with transparency. If we will, it puts patients before insurance companies. It encourages competition. It encourages and rewards smart choices. It begins to make health care truly affordable, not by inflating subsidies, but by unleashing the power of the consumer. Let's stop writing blank checks to bureaucracies and insurance companies. Let's invest in our fellow Americans. If you will, invest in you. This is going to be a little risky. We're doing something different. We'll be saying, oh, I'm not just going to be a Democrat, I'm not just going to be a Republican, I'm actually going to try and come together to find a solution to benefit all Americans. Imagine that. Congress putting partisan politics behind us to come up with a creative solution that actually benefits Americans a little bit out of our comfort zone. It's what we should be doing every day. I call upon us to do that today. We have to be willing to take the risk to solve the problem, not be afraid to do something different. We have to be willing to tackle complex problems, not retreat to our trench, which is labeled Republican or Democrat, and be afraid to come out to find a creative solution. I'm a Republican, but more than that, I'm a doctor who for 20 years tried to care for those who could not afford their health care or their health insurance. I invite my 99 colleagues to join me trying to find affordable health care and affordable insurance for fellow Americans. Let's be creative. Let's do it. And let's not just reject a proposal because maybe my side or your side proposed it. Let's fix health care. Let's give patients the power. And with that, I yield.
I mean, what can they do? If it was very, very dangerous, possibly do a pit maneuver. We have seen it on the freeway, but at 50 miles an hour plus with other vehicles around, probably not going to do that. We saw that one attempt at a spike strip. Will they try it again? I'm sure if the opportunity arises, it will. You know, why wouldn't they, right? But right now, the pursuit continues. We're southbound on that 405, and we're coming up on the 10. I was kind of almost hoping that he would get onto the 10 freeway, maybe make his way over to the shoreline, but now I look out the window. Shoreline is really covered with fog because we're going to be getting over here into the LAX area here shortly. It might be a little bit difficult to follow him from the helicopter. On the ground, though, they're going to continue on, and we'll see where he goes. But right now, getting back into a little bit of traffic. As far as the public goes, they are pretty safe out there right now. California Highway Patrol, lights and sirens, keeping everybody aware of what's going on. You know, a lot of times I've said that out loud many, many times. Is like, why or who would steal that? A lot of times it might just be one of those, it might be a family member's vehicle, or a family member reported a vehicle stolen. Might have been a crime of opportunities. You know, maybe somebody left the keys in it. We never really find out, but I know that those are reasons, or those are what we've heard in the past, how those vehicles got taken. Speeds right now, you can see them getting back up into the 70s, just a little faster than what's going on. I have a feeling that if California Highway Patrol wasn't there with their lights and sirens, maybe a lot of these other vehicles would be going about that fast as well. I can tell you for a fact, Skyfox about 2,500 feet right now, and I can tell you Dylan is talking to LAX, trying to set up our transition to get across to the other side of LAX. I'm thinking we're going to be able to keep an eye on it as long as he doesn't get off the freeway. But again, you know, you got to hand it to the California Highway Patrol. How do they bring this thing to an end? How do they stop this? How do they keep everybody safe? And right now, the answer is basically lights and sirens. Stay behind that vehicle and kind of watch and wait. Hopefully that driver will make a wiser decision. I mean, clearly he's been making a couple of bad ones to get him into the situation that he's in right now. So maybe there might be some better ones in his near future here. And one of them might be, you know what, I'm just going to pull over. We're going to bring this thing to an end. I made a mistake, whatever it may be. But right now, we're continuing on. We're making our way southbound on the 405. The big plus right now, speeds about 80 miles an hour. At least they're not in the triple digits. And, of course, California Highway Patrol, they've got the job to do. They want to get this guy into custody. Very. I give him a little bit credit. He was in that little turnout area right there by the carpool, and I think he kind of had to get into that carpool to jump out, and I would almost venture to say his other officer buddies probably were blocking the carpool, so it was safe for him. As far as it being safe for the suspect, I think it would have been fine if he would have hit those spike strips, would have taken him out. We've all seen it in the past. It isn't like in the movies where the tires explode and the car loses control. That really doesn't ever happen. Those things, the spike strips are designed to let the air out of the tires very slowly. Basically, think about a hollow nail. And they break off into the tire, so it just kind of lets the air out. So if it would have happened, I think it would have been a huge plus. And we don't know the mindset behind it. The only thing we know right now is stolen vehicle. And if it is just a straight stolen vehicle, chances are when that van stops driving, that driver will basically give up as well. But again, who knows? Maybe the thief that took this vehicle, or the driver behind the wheel, maybe there's other things involved there as well. Maybe there's other wants or other warrants that we just are not privy to, that maybe the Sheriff's Department out in Ventura passed along to the California Highway Patrol, because they are staying with it, even though it pretty much, and I say it like that, is just, I'm doing the air quotes, just a stolen vehicle. A lot of other agencies, Sheriff's Department, they will weigh the odds and say, you know what, it's basically just a stolen vehicle. We'll let it go. When the guy gives it up or gal gives it up, we'll pick it up on the side of the road and it'll be an impound and get back to the owner. But California Highway Patrol, they're staying with it, and they did ask for less than lethal weapons to be in one of the lead vehicles in the pursuit, which also to me is like, maybe there's something else going on here. Maybe they are, they have something on the driver of the car that makes this a little bit more enticing. Yeah, I don't think you can jinx it. I just say that out loud, but really, truly, I believe that the lights and sirens from the officers, because they're going full code 3. I'm sure anybody in Los Angeles knows what that means. So that thing is going off, wah 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 wah. So everybody in the area knows that there is law enforcement coming. I can tell you that California Highway Patrol was getting the help from LAPD's helicopter. LAPD's helicopter didn't bail out, but basically didn't make the transition, and now the Sheriff's Department is going to be joining it. California Highway Patrol, they have their own helicopters, but they've got a large area and not that many helicopters. Maybe one of them is going to be heading out here shortly, but just getting a wider shot, going to see what's going on up there. Skyfox climbing down out of the stratosphere because we are on the other side of LAX, so we're going to get better shots of the chase. But right now, just kind of continuing on out here. South, it says so right there. We're in the Inglewood area, back in the carpool lane. So, you know what, if there's another California Highway Patrol that might be able to throw the spike strips, maybe it's going to happen. Maybe we're going to see it here in just a little bit. A lot of traffic. It's going to be a heck of a throw. If he makes that, he show up. Oh, no. So this guy, look at this. He knows what is going on. He definitely knows what is going on. Yeah, I was going to say, if he was going to make that throw, he's got another career in his future when he retires. At any rate, continuing on, but take a look at that. They stopped the freeway on the northbound 405 just so that officer could do that. That is, it kind of shows you, it just makes me think there's something else here. I don't think this is just a straight stolen. Yep. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of little moving parts that are going on. That's just gonna. It smells fishy, Yeah, I don't think this is just a straight stolen vehicle, and it just keeps, and it's just moving along. Was wondering there for a second. I was actually checking my phone. It's like the freeway is kind of empty again. I'm not sure if this is just the way it is out here, or possibly they're blocking some on ramps. But the idea that they would do a pit at 80 miles an hour, I find that very, very hard to believe. That van would probably start tumbling. It would be a big problem. So they're just going to stay with it right there. And also, we haven't seen them switch it out. I think that this is the same unit that's picked it up originally in the West Valley area, southbound on the 405, right around Victories, when Melissa at the assignment desk, basically said, go there instead of what you're doing. And we've been watching it pretty much ever since, and that vehicle has been the same one behind it. So they're not not even switching out, and a lot of times they do when they start getting through different divisions. Again, we're going to keep with it. We're going to keep an eye on it. We're going to figure out what's going on. But again, right now, public safety, definitely number one for law enforcement. They're going to do what they can to bring this thing to a stop. The plus side, like we've all been watching, is at least the speeds are reasonable. I mean, it is a little faster than what they should be driving on the freeway, but let's be honest, everybody that's watching has probably gone that fast on the freeway on their own. You know, that was one of my questions out loud when we first got here. It is a minivan. You can kind of maybe see a little bit in the back there, the light coming through, but I can't make out anybody else. It doesn't look like there's anybody in the passenger seat, that's for sure. And as far as the driver, I still really haven't gotten a good look. I was trying to look earlier on, and the best I could come up with, I think it is just a big guy. That's about the best way I can describe it. Seems to be a large male in the front seat of that driving the van. But as far as what's going on in the back, the light plays tricks on your eyes. It's like you see something right there, and you're like, is that a lap? Is that a child? But I really just think it is something that's right there by the window that you can kind of see through the tint. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is a little cracked. Definitely down a little bit. Yeah, getting a little fresh air, going out for a drive. Yeah. Driving cautiously. And you know what? Now, again, it's like what can you tell from somebody's arms? Now I'm thinking maybe it's a woman driver. I have yet to hear them make a call on the scanner. Sometimes they'll give the description of the driver, but it does seem like there was a nice metal suitcase or a briefcase on the passenger side, maybe a Halliburton. But at any rate, it does seem like there is something on the passenger seat. I'm hoping it's just a thing and not a weapon or anything like that. And again, the California Highway Patrol not giving up and this pursuit continuing. And clearly, the 405 seems to be the freeway of choice. We've had many opportunities to transition to other freeways, haven't taken one. And officers from California Highway Patrol in trail. But again, are they trying to make a plan? I think they are. Let's see if it's going to happen. But again, 2 attempts for spike strips from the carpool lane, and two swings, 2 misses. Maybe the last one will be the one that connects. Yeah. Definitely light traffic. It's always, it's always pursuit light when there's something like this going on as far as traffic goes. And the California Highway Patrol, I can pretty much tell you, when they start their tour of duty, as it would be, when they get out on the road, they have a full tank of gas. And that's pretty interesting. If this was taken out of the Ventura area, we didn't get a time. It wasn't like it was taken this afternoon or yesterday, but it makes you think also, how much gas does this person have? Possibly we see that very common also. The vehicle just kind of gives up before the driver does. Right now, though, still staying at 70-something. reason, I don't think they set the cruise control because the numbers fluctuate too much. Oh, I would venture to say a stylish minivan like that for the family, they've got cruise control. But at any rate, we'll see what's going on. Again, the lights and sirens are on. You can see that there are other vehicles in front of that car, and basically are continuing the pace. You can see it. Other ones, you can see the brake lights coming on, probably because they're hearing the lights and sirens. So they're like, oh, okay, let me get out of the way, like this little guy right there. I'm sure that's what was going on. Right, just doing that. Yeah, doing the maybe a little bit of intimidation. You know what? Hey, here I come, and I've got somebody behind me that wants everybody to move out of the way. At any rate, hopefully this is just going to end very peacefully. Hopefully nobody gets hurt, no bent metal or anything like that. But right now we're continuing on, and we're making really, really good time as I'm looking out the window right now, and we're getting into the Long Beach area here before we know it. So it is definitely moving, and the 710 is going to be the next freeway of choice it is the 710. So, lots of choices. 405 South has been what it's been the entire time. A destination, that is always that big question mark. Everybody always asks, well, do you think they're going? Do you think they have I have no information on that at all. It might just be convenient. Maybe if the traffic got bad enough, they'll say, oh, let me get off the freeway. But right now, the roads are wide open. The drive seems to be good for that fleeing suspect. And California Highway Patrol, they're in tow. And they're working some other plans. There might be something coming up here. And they might be making maybe another attempt to try to bring this to an end. Definitely the 405 to San Diego. I have yet to take a pursuit to San Diego. Today might be the day. But right now, we're keeping an eye on this vehicle right here. We're just taking advantage of being on the other side. But again, that tint's so dark on that minivan, I cannot make out anything inside that car. We are also staying up at a higher altitude again, probably because we're getting close to Long Beach Airport. Maybe we'll be able to drop down here in a little bit, but I promise I won't lose the car. Just kind of showing off Skyfox for a little bit. I mean, this is pretty much the reality where we are. Trying to keep an eye on what's going on down there. And mostly it is because of the airports. Usually we are a lot lower than this. But, of course, we give priority or give way to any of the law enforcement aircraft that are over these chases. They have the number one, and we do what they tell us. But right now it's basically just a watch and follow type of deal. This is just moving along. California Highway Patrol, there they are. Same guy from the valley. No, it's not. They have switched it out. They definitely have switched it out. Now it's a cruiser. So they did drop out. So we'll keep an eye on it. But where he's going, what's going to happen, I'm hoping it's just going to be a peaceful ending and it just comes to an end. And if this person has wants or warrants, hopefully they'll get all that sorted out. If it's something else, I definitely hope that person will get the help that they need or the counseling to get them through whatever crisis they're dealing with. I always kind of wonder if they have like a certain cushion that they deal with, or if it has something to do with the speed. I'd love to sit down with California Highway Patrol and talk about some of their protocol, some of how they do things. There we go. That was the other attempt that I was hearing about, and you can see he never left his hands. The vehicle is going to continue on. Yeah, definitely. So that's 3 swings, 3 misses, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to. Maybe we're going with Pee Wee League. Maybe there's going to be another opportunity here shortly. But I can say that just from their attitude or the way they're driving, and especially earlier on, it definitely looked like that officer wanted to do a pit maneuver on the 405 when we were still in the valley. Never did, probably because the situation just wasn't right for it. But it definitely seems like they want to bring this to, they're trying to bring the vehicle to a stop, maybe not so much because it's stolen, but maybe more because of information they may or may not have about the driver. Yeah. Okay. The one thing that with the with the vehicles and things, they will be able to. We're getting more into traffic, and this is what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if they really get into traffic, they're not going to do anything with the public around there. There's no doubt about that. But if they have the opportunity, if something arises, like if that guy got out of the way quick enough and they had an opportunity, I'm sure they would at least try to bring this to an end quickly. I was getting a question about how long Skyfox can stay up in the air. We are usually the rule of thumb is about. It is about 2 hours. Skyfox can stay in the air for right about 2 hours. Anything over that, we need to start, at least be near an airport or have an airport nearby or fuel nearby. I'm trying to push in to see what's in that passenger seat. Definitely not a person. And now I'm wondering if it is a silver case. Yeah, not at all. And now we're coming to a little bit of a stop again, and I think that's because of traffic. But, this car just continues to get lucky breaks, and the lucky breaks are going to lead to what? Where is this going to end? The California Highway Patrol is not just going to throw their hands up and say, we'll just let you go. We'll get you some other day, especially with what they got going on right now. They are going to keep with it. And also the curiosity about what the original want is really starting to pique my interest as well. And again, I hope that this ends well for all parties involved. And as far as the California Highway Patrol goes, these guys, you watch these things and you think, oh, you know what, that'd be so cool to be an officer and chase a bad guy. It's a job, and it's a very serious job, and it has a lot of responsibilities. Pretty much, that officer is responsible for everybody's well-being that's around him, and that includes that suspect. And it is a difficult job indeed. But right now, continuing southbound on that 405, we're getting into the OC for sure. Garden Grove's where we're at, and they're not slowing down, and the suspect not slowing down as well, but also not driving erratically, which is a huge plus. Well, when the California Highway Patrol picked it up, I don't know, and the vehicle was stolen out of the Ventura area. So that doesn't mean they were chasing it from Ventura. It was seen on the 405 in the North Hills area. That's where the law enforcement originally, as far as we know, California Highway Patrol turned on their lights and sirens, and that pursuit started. And they stayed with it the entire time. As far as the time, I actually really think it was right about 11:11, and anybody that plays that game, the angel numbers, that's the reason why I know it, because I saw it on my phone when we were starting up. So right around 11:11 is when Skyfox was made aware, and we joined or got in the air to go to the pursuit. So it's coming up on an hour, and the chase continues. But again, if that thing has a full tank of gas, even a half a tank of gas, they're going to be in it for the duration. And also, is it a destination? Maybe this person is trying to get somewhere.
Yeah. Yes. You know, we've been covering pursuits for a really, really long time, and early on, I actually got all caps messages about, giving away the secrets, from viewers, and you know what? I'm not saying that it's not true. But and I would and almost would be honored if they'd be listening to us right now and listening. But the reality is there's a huge delay, and I would venture to say anybody that's behind the wheel of a fleeing vehicle, they are doing other things other than listening to a broadcast, trying to get ideas or information about what we are hearing and possibly talking about. I do guard my words. When they talk about spike strips, I won't say exactly where. I'll say something might be happening, things like that. Just so everybody knows we're all on the same page. Skyvox is just here to watch, but that has happened in the past. I find it. If you can hear a little bit of a glee in my voice, I always find it amusing that there's even the idea that person is down there listening to us right now as they are fleeing from law enforcement for whatever that reason may be. The California Highway Patrol, though, we definitely went through another division as we watched that swap out. You got another cruiser there. But the pursuit continues, and the reason why is really, like I said, I'm kind of curious. In the end, everybody all the agencies have different pursuit policies. I'd love to sit down and pick the brain of a California Highway Patrol guy one day and just be like, because you were asking about the cushion. Is there a cushion? Does it change? Like if the guy's going 100 miles an hour, are we 5 car lengths opposed to when they're going 30, we're like half a car length? I'm really curious about all that information that goes into it, and that's what I'm always trying to say. This guy, just driving, running from their demons. This guy or gal is highly trained, very busy right now. Yes, in a way we are, right? We're running from our demons, but this guy or gal in there making busy. This person is busy, head on a swivel, keeping an eye on what's going on, making radio calls, passing along information, getting information if there's information being passed on to them. They are very, very busy in there, and that's what I think a lot of the public, they just kind of miss that. They miss that point. They just think it's 2 cars rolling down the freeway like it's Boss Hogg and the Duke boys. It is not like that in real life at all. Nope. Yes. Just pull over. Just pull over. Bring it to a stop. I mean, it's been entertaining, but you know what? We don't want to see anybody get hurt. Things can change so quickly. But you know what? I'm also thinking maybe it's a little calculated. Maybe because of the times they tossed out the spike strips, maybe this person is like, yeah, I'm not going to get close to that center wall because, there could be a trap. Maybe I won't see the next one. Maybe the next guy is going to be crouched down and toss it out. So, it might be more calculated than we're giving this person credit for. But right now, the only thing we're giving this person credit for is, driving pretty much in a straight line. Thank goodness hasn't hit anybody. And also keeping the speeds under control. Woohoo! Christian, I wanted to do the split rocker. What is? It's okay. The YouTube folks know us. They know it. When they tune into me, they know what they're getting. Trust me. And what are we? They know. Well, they can't hear you. I wish they could, because I always kind of think, like, for people that just tune in for the first time. What up? Yes. Oh, okay. All right. But they don't hear me. So, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. So if you guys are just tuning in and the first time you're hearing my voice, first of all, my apologies. I am very nasally and annoying. Second of all, you know what? I am not up here by myself. I am the camera operator, a pilot. That's going to be Dylan, is at the tiller of Skyfox. And there are other voices in my head that are not medically, there's no prescriptions to get rid of them because they are real. So every now and then, if I go off on a tangent or I start talking about something else, it's probably because I got somebody else talking to me. You guys, definitely, you're my priority. You're in my heart. I want to give you guys all the information. And what can we tell you? Is there such thing as a lackluster pursuit? I wouldn't say lackluster, but I would definitely say this is definitely going to be slow moving. We've been following this thing for about an hour, almost an hour, following it out of the North Hills area. If you guys are local, I can tell you we're coming up on John Wayne Airport. Basically been on the 405 the entire time. California Highway Patrol, they've gone above and beyond. They really have to bring this thing to an end. We've seen them toss spike strips across many lanes trying to get some spike strips in front of that van. Are they going to pit it? Probably not at 70 miles an hour. I'm going to put that out there. What else is going on? What's up? Either that or we can switch to, you want to switch to saddle for a little bit? But if you want to do Santiago, yeah, but I know for a fact when we get past, I forgot what that, El Toro Y, we're gonna lose it, and we're gonna lose it hard. Yeah, call them and let's get Santiago, because they want it. All right, just wait, but let them know that we should get into Santiago sooner than later. Tell them it's at their convenience. Okay, copy all. So again, there you go. That's exactly what I was talking about. Us YouTuber folks. Yeah, I wasn't just having a conversation with myself, and what we were talking about was microwave, and we're not making popcorn either. It's how we get the signal from the helicopter to a mountaintop, and from the mountaintop into the internet, so you guys can watch it on television or on your YouTube right now. And mountaintops are, there's different mountaintops. Santiago is a mountaintop out here in Orange County. And if we continue south into Orange County, if we're going to Mexico, we are definitely going to need Santiago, and we might actually even have to make some other calls to San Diego licensed areas, that because it gets into, believe me, it gets complicated. Dylan's working as we are very close to John Wayne Airport, Pilgrim. And I believe they have aircraft on approach, so we are a little bit as we're going around and above what's landing at John Wayne. The pursuit, where were we? What were we talking about? Yeah, picked it up in the North Hills area, basically got on the southbound 405, continued on. Ventura is where the vehicle was stolen from. That doesn't mean it was being chased from Ventura. Somebody spotted it, ran the plate, came up as stolen, lights and sirens came on, and the pursuit was on. They have been treating this kind of with kid gloves, and now that we're on the YouTube and on the internet, I feel like we can talk a little bit more freely about the possibilities of what might be going on with that driver. Again, I have not heard anybody say on the scanner, and even if I did, then I would have to prerequisite that with, well, we heard unofficially there might be fill in the blank. But there could be something else going on here, meaning maybe this person is disturbed. I'm trying to think of a polite word to say, not in the best frame of mind. You know, you guys can fill in the blanks. It might not be just a straight stolen. And the reason why I say that is because of the way they've been treating it, the fact that they haven't backed off, the fact that they have thrown spike strips across, across the center divider trying to stop it, the fact that they asked for less than lethal weapons to be on scene when this comes to an end. It makes me just think that there is more to this than this is more than just the average pursuit. That all being said, that also, we've seen a lot of these in the past. It's never quote unquote funny. We try to just observe and make comments about what's going on. In this case, it's very little. We saw one hard swerve, and that was when the first spike strips were tossed out. Other than that, we've been in the carpool lane. Speeds have been in the 70, touching on the 80s at any kind of point. And Rob, I love you, brother. We've just been rolling along. I don't think that's cruise control, just because the numbers do fluctuate enough. And somebody might say, maybe it's your, speed thing in Skyfox. I believe in fluctuation, but not that great. I think our stuff is a little bit more solid. Where are we going? What's going to happen? That is the big question. You might lose our picture here for a moment or two. I beg you, I plead. I can't bribe. But if you do lose us for a moment or two, I venture to say we will be back pretty quickly, because I might have to switch mountaintops. And I'm going to hold it off just because this is the first time I've seen that vehicle change lane. Oh, well, they're going back. They're going back. So we might be changing mountaintops here. There might be a little bit of an overlap. There might be a glitch. It's not the Matrix, I can assure you. It's real life. This is now. This is happening now. Let me make some calls. Let's see what we can do. Skyfox, TOC. Do you want to reach out to our CBS KCAL brethren, or should I? Yeah, let's go ahead before we get too far south, because we've been here in the past and it just goes. All right, we're going to be 5 center into saddle, and I'll call you on the radio. Hopefully you can hear me with the back arrow. Santiago. Here it comes. We're in the 57257. I don't know if I should give out the source, but the question is, are they late to soccer or late picking up their kids from soccer? That is the question right now. That is the question. But I told you we'd come back. I don't know why you didn't trust me. Just a little trust, people. Just a little trust. You know what? I'm gonna make this thing come to an end. You know how I'm gonna do that? I'm gonna look at this guy for a little bit, and when I start looking for this guy, then something's gonna happen to the van. I don't see any 6.7s on any of the roofs of the cars. Oh, there's a 6 and a 7. I mean, it's not next to each other. Well, 8's infinity. Let's see, maybe the last one. Hey, Dylan, is that our shadow? Oh, it's California Highway Patrol. 82. They're on purple? Man, I'm telling you, this is the day we go to San Diego. Go, call Long Rifle. Give him a call. Tell him we're coming through. Tell them they got to stop the live fire operations. Fox is coming. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because, yeah, the military shut down because nobody's getting paid. Hey, look, a fire truck. Whoa, did the fire truck try to pit him? That would have been cool. That would have been cool. That would have been worth the price of admission. So I found out that I joined Verizon like 1 year after they opened. And I don't believe it. 12/12, everybody, make a wish. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I thought I was with them from the get-go. But then I Googled it, and I found out that LA Cellular, because I'm pretty sure I was LA Cellular, became AT&T. I know people are like, aren't we supposed to be talking about a pursuit? So what do you guys think? Do you think that's, you know what? Let me see if I can follow along with you guys. Wouldn't that be fun? You think that's a guy or a gal? Fox Live, CHP Pursuit. I think that's it. I wonder if there's a bad for your mental health, good for your mental health. Okay, let's skip the ads. Yes, I have to watch the ads also. You guys should be really impressed with my camera skills. This is left-handed, by the way. I got the phone in my right hand. We've got about eight people watching. Eight and a third persons watching. You think it's a big dude? I think it's a big dude too. I think it is too. But see, the issue is like, you know, when it comes to an end, and then it's like, you know, a woman, and you're just like, you know what? I should have known. I should have known the group was going to go that way. I should have stayed away from that. Yes, I do believe. You know, I don't have 100% information on that about the mental issue. I don't. I can't say that for sure. But just the way the pieces of the puzzle are coming together. But the whole stolen part kind of throws it out. It's like, well, okay, how did it, unless it was stolen from a family member. So, you know, Aunt so-and-so's having a bad day. Pardon me? They switched to green? We're in the green. You know, having a bad day, she took, you know, Auntie's minivan, and, you know, we reported it stolen. That, you know, I mean, yeah, is it possible? Heck yeah. You know, did I just make that up? Yes, I did. So, you know, I don't, we just don't know. And I can also say, for me, you know, I hopefully I'm never going to go through what this person is going through. If it is that, then, you know, a nice drive usually clears my head. I usually don't have the California Highway Patrol in tow, though. But at any rate, we're continuing. We got to bump it up a little bit. Sorry. I mean, you know, I know they actually, the number they threw out was 26. Okay, thank you. What happened? We got, the mountaintop was lower than, or there was a hillside between us and the mountaintop. We should be back. Wow, we got a lot of black. That's sad. We're not gone. We're coming back. Just breathe. My goodness. Are you sure we're back, Kevin? Because it still looks dark on the YouTubes. Really? The YouTube's still dark. Darkness. Oh. One, two, three, saddle. Told you. Just a little love, man. Just a little love. Just a little love. I'm looking at the clouds, though. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I'd throw in an extra 20 to go to San Diego. There's no doubt about that. But we'll see. Little bit. I saw that too. I have a feeling they're probably running out of gas. Running out of gas. Breaking news. I don't think so. Are we speeding up? Yeah, she's looking around. She's looking around. Don't do something stupid on television. Don't ruin the minivan. You think? Could be. Could be. Right? Oh, man. Could you imagine? I hope there's no kids in that thing. That would change everything. Yeah. So this is what I've learned in the past. We got long rifle coming up, but before long rifle, we might lose our signal. But I hope they let us stay for a little bit, because the CHP that works over here, San Juan, that's like over south of San Juan, they are like Ventura. They are a little bit cowboyish. And they might box us in. They might do something. They might bring it to an end before we get the long rifle. Yeah, she's speeding up. She's definitely speeding up. If you guys are just joining us, hopefully you worked through those moments of darkness with us, and now we're back. We're back on pursuit out of the stolen vehicle out of Ventura. Pursuit started in the North Hills area. If you guys don't live out here, these are just words. Let me thumb it up for you. Far away, very, very far away. We've been driving for almost flying. They've been driving. We've been flying for almost 90 minutes. Southbound on the 405. The vehicle, like when they tried to stop it, was south on the 405, up in the valley. Now we are south coast is the technical area where we're at. But we're headed down to San Juan Capistrano, Dana Beach, down in that area. CHP down there. A little aggressive, as they should be. You know, I mean, I'm not putting the other officers down. It's just different policies in different areas. I've seen them in the past bring pursuits to a stop. This one, 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour, this might be a little bit more difficult. And also there seems to be some component to this chase that just doesn't mesh. A stolen vehicle is what it originally was wanted for, but they made comments about, make sure you have, the lead vehicle has less than lethal on board. I've seen them try to use spike strips, tossing them out across across the freeway to try to bring this thing to a stop. With somebody was in my ear just moments ago, said, maybe this is some sort of custody case, and there might be children in there. That, really would change things up dramatically. I hope that's not what this is. I definitely hope that is not what this is. Would explain the safer driving, but also, you got to know they're not going to stop. You know, they're not, you know, law enforcement isn't just going to be like, oh, well, let's just let them go to Mexico. And also, I can tell you the border probably not as welcoming as you might think. So, at any rate, doesn't make any. I don't think it makes any difference if you approach the border at 80 miles an hour, not stopping. They're going to have an issue. There is a spot over here also where they do the inspections, and they might be able to corral the traffic or stop the traffic. I've seen that in the past as well. I don't know. Somebody's asking me if it is a female. I do not know. I do not know. I thought it was. How old is she? I don't know. What state is she trying to drive to? State of sanity. We're going. We might be. We might be. We are not in. We are in the Bell 407. If you guys are following us like that, we are definitely in the 47. We are not low on gas. The chopper. We are good. We are solid. Yeah. We're good. We're good. I'd love to get fuel in San Diego because I've never done that. You were definitely going to keep you posted. I don't know what happened to the picture. Let me see. Maybe the picture's back. No, it is back. Silly phone. The weather. You don't really want me to do a weather report, do you? You don't want me to do that. If they're, yeah, praying, exactly. I'm just scrolling through there. You said praying. Yes, I am praying as well. I am praying as well that there are no children inside that van at all. We're in a 407, a Bell 407. All right, let me get back to work. I love reading your comments. I do this. I do this for you guys. I do. I mean, I get a paycheck also, but believe me when I say I do it for you. I think we're slowing down a little bit because the pilots and all the gaggle of helicopters are making calls right now because we definitely are getting closer and closer to Camp Pendleton. Also, I'm looking a little bit farther down, and we are gonna run out of roadway. Like right here, it gets a little sketchy, but it'll pop back out. A little farther down, not so much. It makes a turn right into it, and then it's done. Can we find it? Can we find it? Did we lose it? Oh, Stu, you lost it. You lost it. You suck as a cameraman. Oh, there it is. So anyway, yeah, there's a little spot right there, but I can tell you we probably got another, I don't know. Yeah. So about 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes of actual, this is what's going on time. And where are we? Oh, we're at the nuclear plant? Okay. Now I might have really lost it. That's not it, Stu. That's a different one. No, that's it. Yeah, I think a little bit more cowboy-esque California Highway Patrol. I think we went through their hood. So I don't know. This is upsetting. You think I might be being dramatic. I'm not a reality star. I genuinely am like, oh, come on. We put all this time into it. And I really want to know. I'm giving heads up to anybody that might be taking our feed for legit reasons. Well, it's all legit, but for airing, I'm just letting you guys know that we are running out of visible roadway. What are you talking about, Mr. Cracker? We are. That's who we are. Who hired Stu? That's the question. What do you mean hired? Well, we're going to actually have to watch the news later to find out what happened, because I'm sure this is going to come to an end in San Diego. And I hope nobody gets hurt. I don't understand, though, why she sped up. Wait. What's going on there? Stu, it was just a lane change. Yeah, I know. Oh, that's why. Yeah, sometimes they close it down right there and kind of force everybody into that area. I was kind of hoping they were going to do something like that. I guess not. Lawnmower fan. That was a genuine compliment. Thank you, man. No, the base is pretty much it's like an airport. It's like you can transition across it, but you cannot loiter. You cannot just go and do as you like. I keep looking, she's getting a little bit more agitated, which I'm thinking, maybe she's getting panicky because she's running out of gas. I mean, going faster isn't going to get you really any farther, I don't think. I think they did a whole Top Gear about that. Like, if I drive faster because I'm going faster for a shorter amount of time opposed to driving slower and conserving fuel for a longer amount of time. Where did all the cars go? Okay, whenever that happens, I always wonder if, like, CHP's got some sort of plan. But definitely running out of, we're running out of roadway here. If it was nighttime, I'd probably be able to find it easier. I'd get away from the car and just show you what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. Do you want me to try it, or do you just want to track us out of vote? I mean, I can switch it. I can switch it, and if you and which one, O1 or O2? Do you know? O2. Here it comes. Better or worse? Cool. We're not going to be able to follow much. Well, now I'm starting to wonder. Because when the angle we had earlier, it was like a sharp turn and went under the clouds, but now as we're getting closer, it looks like we might be able to follow for a little bit. But I don't know if we're going to be able to, like, when we start getting into San Diego, isn't it licensing issues we got to talk about too? All right. Are they launching our evil twin, our doppelganger? Yeah. Are those F-16s? No. Oh. There's some big helicopters down there. Like some big helicopters. Yes. You know, if I could do it again, I would be tempted to join the military just to be able to play with some of those toys. Ugh. Stu, stop looking out the window. You've got a job to do. You know, I just got to say, whoever's doing this live, like straight through, I almost kind of want to listen to what could you possibly have left to talk about? Road maintenance? What kind of tires do they have? When was the last time you think she had her brakes checked? Did she go to AMCO before she hit the road? We are like at 3,000. How high are we? 30. We're almost 4,000 feet above this. Oh, 2.7. So we're almost 3,000 feet above it. Yeah. Oh, come on. I want to. I want to look at the amphibious hovercraft. Don't do that to me. Please don't have kids in the van, and please don't do anything where everybody just goes, oh, what are we doing now? What is this all about? Oh, another spike strip. There is nobody around, and this person is using the blinker. I'm sorry. That kind of courtesy, that kind of safety, that makes me think female kids in the car. Oh my goodness. I'm getting updates on other people's fuel. Well, like what they have left for fuel. Yeah, I can still hear you. Loud and clear. It actually is really good. I'm impressed. That wasn't the one we just did? Because we just did one. Okay, because I'm telling you, the San Juan Capistrano guys on the south end, they are relentless. They're like the Ventura County guys. They'll box her in. Well, we can get fuel somewhere down here, but what do we got for fuel? We got about 45 minutes. And if somebody's going to say, well, why do you have such good, we have been up well at altitude and we've been at a very low power setting because we're just cruising. But we got about 40 to 45 minutes of fuel left. Skyfox, thrifty. Really, we're gonna lose it, or does it skirt the clouds? Ugh. Yeah, this is the area. This is I didn't see this from the distance. This is the area. I'm trying to switch to the green. Now all of a sudden I want to listen, just in case they do something. I guess they can't be. Come on, lock up. There it is. Southbound 5 through Mission. I hear them loud and clear, and they're actually on the Teal once again. Started on the Teal in the valley, and now we're on the Teal in Oceanside. And approaching Oceanside. What's going to happen at Oceanside, kids? What's going to happen at Oceanside? Traffic, 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 traffic. Telling you, these guys do not play. There we go. Oh, so close. So close. No, I thought maybe the tires were going down. San Diego's setting up. San Diego is starting to set up for spike strips as well. I love that. And they're not going anywhere. Right? I'm sure you're listening to the same thing. They're talking about San Diego supervisors. You think we can pick it up again, right? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we can still see it. But that's the thing. It's like, right? Well, that's what I'm saying. Is I'm going to have to actually use the tech in here and listen to the scanner and just kind of follow along, because if we lose it, underneath the clouds, but it's going to come back. Or maybe I can just get lucky and track it. San Diego's going to take it over. Not the news. Uh-oh, did we lose the IFB? No, we didn't lose the IFB. I was going to say, we should do news down here. The radios sound better down here than they do up in... Zap. Poinsettia Avara Parkway. It's beautiful down here. Like, what is that guy doing in the carpool lane? 55? No! What are we supposed to do? Okay, you want me to put it in there, Santiago? Okay. Yeah, and the weather is moving slightly. I mean, it's not going to be super easy, but we'll keep it up as long as we can. How many times have I said that? Is that ours? Yeah, I think they can. I don't know. I mean, I kind of want to stay with it, but what's this guy doing? There's always somebody that's got to show off. There's always a rooster in the hen house. Anyway. So I'm just kind of curious. Do we have enough fuel to get back to, or are we going to keep going forward? We could. Well, we can't until we do the handshake. I still am kind of grumpy because we've got no completion. You know what I mean? Those guys. So the rumor mill has it that there's another ship that looks like ours, sounds like ours, but is not ours, that's heading north to join us. Well, yeah, aren't they coming to join us? The San Diego ship. Oh. Oh, really? Where? I want to see it. No, they don't have an O2? True. Somebody should try to tell the pilot in the Long Ranger from CBS KCAL, the Fox ship, to get a hold of us on fingers. 23.5, 123.5, 22.85, 22.85. That's my final offer. 22.85. So today's not the day that I'm going to get fuel in San Diego. I hear the popcorn down here is really, really good. That's fingers, Morris, but that's not what they wanted to use. Is that a city ahead of us? It's pretty cool. Santiago? All right, I'll put it into Santiago. I'm doing it right now. Waypoint. Oh, shucks. Let me stay with this guy. I'm working on it, working on it, working on it, working on it, working KCal's got us. Copy all. Wow, it is so nice down here. Are we in Poway yet? I hope they brought snacks. Could you imagine that we just watched this SUV drive into Mexico? You got this, man. You got this. You got this. Well, that's fine. I'm good. Well, we'll figure it out. So, I mean, we might be new here, but we're not new, We land at the wrong place, we'll pick it up and go someplace else. Nobody's got a hold of you from the 206, huh? That's sad. So antisocial. You think you live in this paradise, you just be a nice person. I mean, you don't have to be grumpy. Yeah, but they're not talking to us. We don't know their frequency, and I was trying to shout out our frequency for them, like just in case. That way they could call us. Something's happening. Dylan's doing something. All right. I was trying to get the, so we could talk to the other helicopter. We just switching sides, Dylan? No, it's good. It's good. It's good. I like the lighting over here. All right. No, I'm good. I'm good. They still have us, oddly enough. We got teamwork that's making the dream work. What airport is that? Okay. Never heard of it. I'm being serious. Is it military? Oh, okay. Wow. Look at all the Osprey. When we get back, I'm definitely going to look at that stuff. That is cool. Yes, they're here. You're breaking up, Melissa. The first time I'm having trouble hearing you. But I have the IFB. You can do the interrupt. And the Long Ranger is near us, yes. But they're not talking to us. I don't know. They don't have our frequency. Okay, never mind. I'm yes. We're getting fuel in San Diego today. First, it's a first. But I have a feeling the San Diego ship is probably going to be the one that's going to see what happens at the Mexico border. I don't know if we're going to be able to go that far. Dylan wants to do fancy flying, but we can't because of the microwave signal. Very fragile. Are we going off to the left? They're going to do another spike strip. They're getting ready right now. I don't know where they're at. There's got to be farther down. Whoever it is in position with the spike strip. Valley Ridge. This is going to be the spike strip that works. Tone stepped on you. I think they be doing a spike strip out here? We got 2 spike strips set up. They need to funnel it down or something to slow it up. There's no way. Hey, Dylan, is there something blocking traffic up ahead? Copy all. Yeah, I think Dylan's slowing down right now and doing maneuvers. Are we bailing? Dylan, talk to me so I can let other people know. I'm sorry, I got the scanner up. What? Okay. Everybody's got to go around or just us? All right, do what you can do. So we're going to land at San Diego for fuel, or where are we going to go? Where? All right. All right, everybody. That's it. I guess that's the end of it. I don't really know. I'm being honest. I don't mean it in a crappy way. I'm not really sure. Some with the tower and our fuel, and we can't go through it, or I'm not sure. No, I'll find out. I'll let you guys know. Well, I'm watching one continuing south and somebody else coming north with us. All right. I'm lost. Are we going south or are we going north? Which way are we headed right now? All right, so we're leaving. All right. I understand. Okay.